Hello, and welcome to Woman Empowering Women for Excellence 4th Annual Conference. My name is Arleen Lambert-Simmons, and I am the CEO and founder of Early Education Link and of Woman Empowering Women for Excellence. And here co-hosting with me is my friend Alicia Couri, who is the audacious, confident expert extraordinaire.
Hi.
Welcome you as we are sharing the stage together. So Alicia, would you mind? I really want to thank our sponsors. So Alicia, would you mind sharing with us who our sponsors are?
Absolutely. Well, I just want to say hi, everyone. Welcome to today's event. It is going to be so fantastic. So grab a girlfriend, grab yourself a cup of coffee, cup of tea. I got some lemon, hot water with lemon right here. Grab you something to last until 2 o'clock, because we're going to be here for a little while, and really soak in everything that we're about to share with you, because this is going to be a phenomenal day. So let me tell you who's sponsoring, and then Arleen's going to come back and tell you what the sponsors did to help this event become successful today. So let me share with you. First of all, we have Live, or it's Live, Live, All Natural Immune System Booster, Ford's All-Star Academy, planting seeds for the future, Next to Mom Learning Center, Inc., Perfect Look Virgin Hair, JBPD LLC, building success in the early childhood community, one piece at a time. We also have with us that helps sponsor us today, Graceful Extensions, AL Cosmetics, Electric Flame, Chauncey's Cabinets, and we also have with us two Black men, Lava, ML Spa, and these were the gracious sponsors that helped us put this conference together. Arleen, do you want to share what these sponsors did to help us today?
Absolutely. One of the things is the conference is free, so we definitely need people who believe in what we're doing to actually put some financial support, and that's what they did. So, and in that, they are impacting lives that are going to be here in the live feed today. And one of the things about live feed, it's feeding live on Facebook as well as on YouTube. These things live on even after today. So they're going to be a part of the movement. And the movement, the Woman Empowering Women for Excellence, has started is to create a space for women to have potential growth and opportunity. One of the ideology behind Woman Empowering Women for Excellence was that to show women some humble beginnings from very successful women. I have been there, and Alicia, you have certainly been there as well, that you look up to these role models and you see people in your community doing great things, and you are there and you're like, I wish I could, I wish I can. And you can. But sometimes we don't have a roadmap, and just to hear someone else's story, just to hear someone else humble beginning, it propels you and you can be motivated to move forward. So this is what it is. This Woman Empowering Women for Excellence is a kickstart, something to help you, to propel you to your next level. And the theme this year is Positioned for Purpose. And it was strategic.
Before you jump into this year, let's talk about what happened last time for those who joined us the last time. Because I am last year and you're this year. So we're representing last year, which was transforming vision into reality. And this year is Positioned for Purpose. And last year we had some phenomenal speakers, moi being one of them, and we really, Arleen's vision is really touching 4 key pillars. And as I go into those 4 key pillars, I want to encourage you to please like this, comment. We need your comments. If you have comments or questions as our speakers are sharing their wisdom and their knowledge, please drop your questions in the comments. Drop your comments if you're enjoying this, if it's impacting you in any way. If you were here last year, let us know that you were here last year. And like I said, share it out, invite people. But last year's, it was so amazing. It was the first time we did it virtually, right, Arleen? And around to get that done, and it was done wonderfully. And Kirk, I just have to give props to Kirk. He is patient. He is kind. He is everything. He's our master behind the scenes right now. Thank you so much, Kirk, for all of that. So last year was the first time we went virtual. And this year we're doing it again, and we're doing it bigger and better. Good morning, Gertrude. Good morning. I saw another comment pop up. Good morning.
From Tiola Foster.
Tiola, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. Please share it out with your community, with your friends, with other women. And last year we talked about the 4 pillars. This is the 4th year. We're going through the 4th pillar. I've been promoting this. I put 5 pillars because I'm a little extra always. But the 4 basic pillars is self-awareness. So we're going to have a speaker on self-awareness. Last year, I was the self-awareness speaker. And then we're going to go into health and wellness. We're going to talk about health and wellness because it's really important to be healthy. Last year's speaker was Eva Francis. Dr. Eva Francis talked about health and wellness. This year, we have a new speaker talking about health and wellness. It's Lydia Martinez Ebling. Last year, is it Gaia? Gaia, right? Spoke about financial literacy. And this year, Michelle is going to talk about financial literacy, correct?
Correct.
And we had leadership. Oh my goodness. Last year we had on leadership, tell me again, because I had it in my head and it just popped out. Give me a second.
No, I believe
Judith John talked about leadership last year. Judith John. And so we have Commissioner Dunn is going to be sharing with us this year, and we have some other really amazing speakers. So don't go anywhere. You're in it for the long haul. And talk about, Arleen, what is Positioned for Purpose, this year's theme, all about?
I believe the reason why we strategically use that is because, we think we have to get ready. No, we have to stay ready to be ready. And when that opportunity arises, you just have to step, walk, and just go along with the plan. So always stay in position.
Oh my God, I love that. I love that because I have a saying that I talk to my children all the time, and I say, be ready for life. Don't let life catch you not ready. Don't let life catch you sitting back, and just laying back, but always be like in that like when you're a sprinter, ready, set, go, be in that ready, set mode so that when the opportunity arises, you're ready to go. So I love being positioned for purpose.
So also, I want to give a shout out to a couple of these organizations that I'm a part of and have supported me throughout. I want to say a shout out to FFCCHA, which is, Family Home Child Care Association, our local association, the BLI, Northern PTA. All, as you can see, I'm all into education. I'm an early educator. So half of the sponsors are early educators. So I just wanted to say a great shout out to the early educators. So thank you for your support.
Wow. Yeah, you are all about early education because your company is Early Education Link. So it's all about educating, and not just educating our children and our youth, but us women. We also have to stay educated because there's so many things that we still need to continue to learn and grow and develop. We have to continue that development process. It's a never ending process. So education is so important, Arleen. So, what else we got up for the ladies who are joining us today? Arleen, share some more.
Okay, so what I have, I mean, these are phenomenal speakers. I mean, that first one, self-awareness. And although I always promote this is the first component to speak on, I do believe it tells us your story, who you are. It determines your success, your self-awareness of who self is. And that is really powerful. Hence the reason why it's the first component in the conference and is always the first thing spoken of and about. And I think right now, moving outside of the conference, I do have an IG show called Woman Empowering Woman for Excellent Business Straight Talk. And we're going to really be talking about self-awareness because we need to self-identify. Right now, there's a mood that talks about self-care, trauma, and all these things that occur. I know,
Yes.
Alicia, you two have a show now on LinkedIn that
Well, my
promotes
show is all
self-care.
platform. So yeah.
So, that's why it's so important. Hey, OT, thank you for
Good morning,
joining us.
OT.
So, so we really want to get the ladies, in gear of that. So please have your pen, have your paper, put on your listening ear, and really be prepared. So,
I have mine. I'm ready. I have my notebook and my pencil. So grab a notebook and a pencil because I said I'm going to be taking some notes today too. Because, I know these women are going to be dropping some really amazing knowledge gems, some words of wisdom for us. So I'm ready to take notes too. So again, I really, really want to encourage those of you who are joining to share this out because this is a free conference. This is probably the last time it's going to be free for you to join and be a part of. As we grow, we also have to scale and we have to be able to offer this to more and more people. So this may be the last time that you get to join this for free. So please share it out to as many people as you can and comment. Give us some hearts, give us some likes, so the algorithms on these other platforms will also open it up and share it further out. So we want to see your comments and we want to be able to interact with you today during the conference.
great. And I think we should start bringing on our first speaker. I'm so excited for her. I have known her for many, many years, and I can't wait for her to just start the conference.
I know it's self-awareness because self-awareness is one of those pillars, like you said before, that if we're just walking around with blinders, we don't know how we're coming off to other people. We don't know how other people are receiving us. We think that what we're doing and what we're saying, they're getting it, but the truth is they're not. And if you can't connect and start to understand who you are, whose you are, and how you need to operate in this world, the same thing will keep happening over and over and over again to you. And you'll keep thinking, well, why does this keep happening to me? Why am I always in abusive relationships? Or why am I always the last one to get promoted or the last person, because you're not being aware enough within yourself to know, okay, this keeps happening because of a pattern or a trauma or something in my past that I keep bringing back. And so I need to heal from that, or I need to move on from that, or I need to do something differently about that. And so self-awareness goes into mindset. That's the pillar that I kept saying that we're going to talk about, because self-awareness does go into mindset. And so you really need to be able to grow your mindset, understand what your your subconscious, sorry, so your subconscious triggers are, what's happening around all of that. And I'm not going to take thunder away from our guest who's going to speak about self-awareness. But that was my topic last year. So I'm just giving a little precursor to what's coming, a little preview. But all these things are so important in how we grow and succeed in life, because you can't stay in the same place. God created us for growth, and you can't stay in the same place and expect different things to happen or better things to happen or you to grow if you're not becoming self-aware and knowing what it is you need to learn and grow from. Rosalind, welcome. Good morning. Thank you so much. You're ready. I love it. Ready.
That's right. That's another person from the early education world. Hi, Roz.
Can I share?
Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, I love it. Can I share my show? Because I don't want to take thunder from you, but I have a show called Love My Body, Love Myself. It's all about women empowerment as well. It's all about self-love, learning to love yourself and really love and appreciate the body that you're in, and learn how to take care of it. And so I invite you to also, follow me. I'm on LinkedIn, I'm on Twitter, I'm on IG, I'm on Facebook, I'm on YouTube. So just come on in. If you have a story to share, we have a Facebook group. If you have a story to share, we'd love to hear your story. We'd love to have you as a guest on the show. So that is something also to help grow and empower women. So come on over and join us if you can.
That's right. We need all the empowerment that we can get, because we're always supposed to be in the mindset to self-improve, and hence the reason why we grow and develop. So I would love, moving on, to hear from Marlene Bryant.
Yay! Come on, bring up Marlene.
He looks off into the distance, staring out the window, pensive. Took a drag off his nebulizer, and he looks back at me. I wish I'd lived the life that I was created to be. I wish I was the artist. Instead, I listened to other people telling me an artist can't get paid. So I went to become a carpenter. Ladies, that was my dad. I was sitting in the room with him as he prepares to transition. He was in the last stage of cancer. And I asked him, Dada, is there something you regret in this life that you wish you had done differently? That was his answer to me, that he regretted, here at 70, dying, that he didn't live the life he was created to be. Wow, that hit me like a punch in the gut, because there I was living my life in corporate America, making money, having the closet full of clothes, and my dad was telling me he didn't live the life he was supposed to do. Well, I promised myself that I would go out and speak to others about living their purpose, because I wasn't living mine. Years ago, God had told me to go out and tell people about him, but I fought that. In fact, I argued with God. I told him, I'm like, you must be crazy, God. You know who I am? Do you remember whose child this is? The drop it like it hot, DJ in and out of clubs, partying all the time. And as my mama would say, changing your boyfriends like you change your underwear. Well, how am I supposed to go talk about God when I don't even know enough about you, Lord? But then he reminded me that he loved me enough that he saved me the day I wanted to kill myself. Why? Because I didn't believe in a God. And because I was living my life, making money, doing all these things, but I was empty inside. I was broken inside. But God found me on that floor, in that dark room, ready to take my own life. And He told me He never left me. He was with me all the time, that He knew of me. And let me tell you, ladies, that was the first night I slept in about 2 weeks, less than 10 minutes every night before then. Waking up in anxiety, a functioning depressed person. I was going off to work. Everybody thought I was fine, but back home, I was bawling my eyeballs out. So, ladies, today I hope you do take notes. I hope you do prepare yourself to hear from these wonderful women. And I would caution that you should just at least try one of the things that you learn next week. Just write it down and decide to apply it. My dad did regret not living his life. He was an artist. He carved and he painted and he did such wonderful things. But in his dying, he blessed me because he freed me to go out and to do self awareness, self reflect on what am I doing? And do I want to be on my deathbed regretting not living my life? Uh-uh. So I went out and I started trying to think of ways to share with others. I stumbled, I fell, I picked myself back up, but I was determined to do it. And I asked God, I'm like, how am I supposed to tell people about how you love them? I don't know how to put it in a nice package so that they can absorb that you love them with an unconditional love and that you built them for a purpose. And one morning I woke up and I saw the television was playing, an ad was on about diamonds. And we know about the diamonds. When you go out looking for that diamonds, you're looking for the four C's: the cut, the color, the clarity, and the carat. And I'm like, ooh, that's it. That's how I'm going to help explain to people how to live their diamond life, the life of purpose. But it all starts with awareness. And the cut is that when you think about a diamond and how a diamond is formed, a diamond is formed under deep pressure, deep in the belly of the earth. And the more pressure, the more beautiful that diamond comes out. So too are you. You were built deep in the belly of your mother, in that womb. And let me tell you, if you're ever giving birth, it's a lot of pressure to push that baby out. So think about that. You are precious. You are priceless, like the diamond. But like the diamond, you need to be shaped. You need to be molded. And this is where you want to seek out people who are mentors and coaches because you can't do it alone. I know when I tried and I started out in corporate America, which is dominated, by the way, I'm in the telecom industry, and it's mostly dominated by men. So being a woman and a Black female in that industry, it's tough because you have to deal with sometimes guys like, what does she know? What does she bring to the table? Because it's always guys and they tend to cling together. But I was fortunate that I sought out mentors. And one of my first mentor, he took me aside at his lunch hour and he started teaching me the technical side of the business. And I fell in love with it. And that is what led me to become an engineer. That is what led me into the growth of being a manager. And it was another crazy Latino manager that I had. I love him dearly. He's still a mentor to me today. And I call him crazy because everybody calls him a crazy Argentinian. But Hugo Arce, who took the time to promote me as a manager. He told me he wanted me to lead the team of men, all men across the state of Florida. And I'm like, I don't know if I can do this. The guys know more technical stuff than I. But Hugo said to me, Marlene, you're a great leader. You're someone who can speak to anyone, whether it's someone cleaning the floor or the president of the company. You have that gift, and I want you in that position. He saw in me what I never saw in myself. So, ladies, I want you to be aware that sometimes what we think in our minds is not what is other people see. So don't be too hard on yourself, but take the time to find the right people to impact your life. And as you're being cut and molded and shaped, take the time to appreciate what they're teaching you. And sometimes they may say it in such a way that it might not sound great going down. But guess what? If they're coming from a place of love, then accept what they're saying because they want the best for you. I know sometimes my mama, and as mamas, we sometimes tell our kids some stuff that they need to hear. They don't want to hear it, but they need to hear it because it's coming from a place of love. We don't want them to go through the pain that we went through. So we sometimes do a little tough love to get them there. So learn to accept that, but be careful who you choose to impact your life. Because just like the diamond, need the right cutter, diamond cutter. There are people out there who may cut you the wrong way. They might say, "Oh, I love you, but," and when that but's coming, something is coming. If somebody's around you that's making you feel like a lump of coal instead of the precious diamond that you are, baby girl, run the other way. Nobody should be tearing you down. You do that enough as it is. So don't be around people who are not happy when you win something, who are not happy when you're enjoying something, or if you get a promotion, or if you write that book and they're like, "What do you mean you want to be a writer?" Or if you want to be a singer, "What do you mean you want to be a singer?" Have the people who can encourage you and can guide you in where you feel that God has created you to be. Be that person. Help others to see your light shine through. Okay? So don't be around them. The other thing is the color of the diamond, right? So diamond, the white diamond is because it's all carbon. It's pure carbon that makes it up. But when it bonds with things like nitrogen and boron, that's when it's get that pink, yellow, blue diamond. And most people might think, oh, well, it's not pure carbon anymore, so it's a flaw. Mm-mm. Baby, if you gave me a diamond right now, a blue diamond, I'm going to take that, wear that thing, and flash it like it's hot. Why? Because it is valuable. So whether somebody tell you, oh, you're too short, you're too tall, you're too this, you're too that. They don't know you. You're just as valuable. In fact, you're more precious to God than any diamond. And you have a lot to give. And so I will ask you, when you're going out, don't compare yourself to others. That's where discontent comes in. When we start comparing ourselves to others, that's when the Joneses come on board, right? You want that big house because she's got that big house. You want that fine husband. Oh, we won't even talk about husband because, girl, I had to get rid of mine because I thought, oh, yeah, he looked good, whatever. And she has one, so I got to have one. No, that was not my calling. And by the way, we grew up together. He was my childhood sweetheart. And then we became husband and wife. And in 8 months, I had to let him go. Why? Because I thought if she has one, maybe I can have one, right? Oh, no. The good news is we're still friends to this day, but I knew I had to let him go. But why? Because I thought if somebody else, everybody's getting married, so I should be married. I wasn't ready for marriage. We weren't ready for marriage. So don't start comparing yourself to others. Be in your space and choose what you think is right for you, but pray on it too. Before you start comparing and listening to others that say negative things about you, before you start walking in being somebody else, no, be the real you. And that leads me to clarity. You've got to be clear about your values. You got to be clear. And Alicia said it right. Alicia, she said, you got to know who you are and whose you are. I was fortunate enough that day that I wanted to take my life, that God showed me whose I am and that He was always with me. Imagine that some entity that created us so beautifully and wonderfully took the time to raise me up from the deep, deep pit of depression and save my life. And He's doing that for you too. He loves you that much. So I would say, be clear about who you are and not be so caught up in what somebody else is and trying to be that person. Everybody will smell when somebody's being fake around them. You can see it a mile away. So live the best you, live the best life that is about you. And God created you with a purpose in mind. Every single one of us. Heck, He created the trees with a purpose. If you don't believe me, go out and take a leaf. Turn over that leaf outside. Look at the pattern on the leaves, and you'll see that the pattern that is on that leaf is kind of similar to your hand's pattern. And the beautiful thing about God is that He created us to exchange. The the tree is exchanging oxygen for us to breathe. We breathe in that oxygen to be alive, and we breathe out carbon dioxide, which the tree needs for it to be alive. Isn't God awesome? Isn't He just so wonderful? Well, think about it, baby. He's created you that way, and He created you for a purpose. My purpose is to encourage others. My purpose is to tell people about my story, about wanting to just end it all. And God said, no, not yet, and gave me my marching orders. But it took my dad dying, in his dying, to say that he didn't live his purpose for me to get kicked in gear to go speak about what God called me to do, which is to encourage others to seek Him and seek His love and enjoy that beautiful, wonderful peace that even in the midst of this crazy pandemic, you can find blessing. I don't know about you, but during the beginning of the pandemic, we moved from working remotely at my job to working at home, or should I say, from the office into home. But during that time, I got really sick, and this was before they even let you test for COVID. But I tell you what, I couldn't even get out the bed. I couldn't even breathe. My lung felt like I was an elephant was sitting on my chest. It was unbearable. The pain radiated from my back all the way to my chest. I couldn't even walk to the door. It was so debilitating. I laid there in the bed and I said, okay, God, if it's my time, then it's okay. But guess what? He said, not yet. I got up and I got on the video with a doctor. He prescribed some stuff for me, like a inhaler and all these steroids and all other things. And he told me to move. He told me to do lung exercises. He gave me such great wisdom that allowed me to get up out of that bed and to get well. But God put him in the place and he told me not yet. So even in this pandemic, he gave me peace and he gave me guidance. That is being self aware to know that something is wrong and go to my source. We always have to plug back into that source. If you are going through a tough time right now, which a lot of people are, maybe some of you don't have a job, maybe you're wondering how you're going to pay the rent, where's the food coming from, or you're going through a difficult relationship, go back to your source. Reach out to that source who created you, and he will put the right people in your path. He will guide you to the right place. And most importantly, he'll never leave you nor forsake you. So hold on to him, ladies, and know that he is my source. And that's what I'm doing is just sharing how he blessed me. It'll be a crime for me not to tell you what got me through. Even in my early career, I didn't recognize his hand moving in my career. When I went to go get a sales engineering job, I interviewed with the guy, and the guy's like, I never interviewed a woman for this position before. In my mind, I was like, dude, what century are you living in? Come on. What do you mean you never interview a woman? That was in the 90s. Well, guess what? I was disappointed when I didn't get the job. But a few weeks later, God showed me why he didn't let me get the job. The department was completely cut. And he enabled me to get a better job, one that even paid more than what the job I didn't get. So don't be disappointed when things say no. God's got other things that He's going to set up for you, baby. All you have to do is just trust and walk in your purpose. What's your purpose? You have to be clear about that. Like the diamond, when the light hits it, it shines brightly. Understanding what your purpose and your values are in life, you must know that. What is it that you absolutely will not compromise on? If your boss come up to you and tell you to do something that you know goes against your values, will you do it? Or would you stick to your conviction that this is how God has made me, this is my values to walk? If you don't live that value, if you're in an environment, so you're in a company that you know isn't doing right by its clients, and you don't feel right, you're not ever going to be happy in that job. So you can come home and complain to your husband or complain to the kids or your girlfriends about, my job suck, but you have a choice. God gave us a wonderful thing. It's called choosing. You have a choice to make. Either sit there or you start typing up your little resume, make your connection on LinkedIn, and reach out to people. I was in that situation. I was complaining. I was a sales engineering manager, and I got promoted to be the regional sales manager and moved from Central Florida to South Florida. My boss was a misogynist. He was um, abusive to the people. And I just hated going in every day. I hated getting on phone calls with him. And I just said, I can't do it anymore. I was making money like crazy. I was covering the entire southern region, but I was unhappy. So I reached out to some of my former directors, mostly female, and I'm like, hey, I'm looking for another job because this really is bad. And one of my directors said, Marlene, there's a job that's got your name on it, on it for you. It's been sitting there for 8 months open. They can't find somebody for that job because they can't find the skills. And I know you have those. Well, thanks be to God, I did get the job, but it meant I had to take a $50,000 pay cut. But you know what? Peace of mind was more valuable to me than that pay cut. So I took it. And guess what? God blessed me in that job. He kept allowing me to do well, and they kept giving me bonuses that helped make up for the pay cut. When I was done, I was making more because of the bonuses. So do not be afraid to walk in what God called you to do, which is to leave toxic relationships and seek Him and walk in faith that He will guide you where He needs you to be and put you where you need to be. The next piece of the carrot. As you know, the bigger the diamond, the more valuable, the more it costs. How do you increase your carrot value to people? You do that by serving others. I truly believe we're placed here to love and to serve. God is love and light. And as we are loving people and serving them, our light will shine. That God light comes down and radiates through us to others. And you do that by seeking others who cannot give back to you. Last night, I got a call from my brother, and I was able to minister to him. My brother's wife is going through cancer treatment right now. She has multiple myeloma, and I don't mind. He knows it. He don't mind me telling y'all because he wants people to know about it. It debilitates her to the point where she had to get surgery in her back. There's too large tumor, and now she cannot walk. She's back home now, but she goes for chemotherapy and so on. My brother had to turn around not only to take care of his wife, bathing her and so on, but to cook, clean, and still go out and he has his own business and do his job. And he was a little down. But I said to him, no, no, no. You should look at the things that you're doing. Look at how much you're doing. God, every night we pray on our prayer call for you and your wife and my lovely niece. Every night we pray for strength for you. And he said to me, sis, you got to be right because I can't believe I'm doing all of this. I can't believe, where do I find the strength? I was asking myself, where did I find that strength? Well, he's loving and serving his family, and God is pouring into him. And that's what we're called to do. Imagine how priceless his efforts and his way of working with his family and serving them, how they appreciate and love him even more for that. So I tell you, there are things out there and people out there who need you, who need your service. If you've been through a divorce, you can counsel someone who's going through that. If you've been abused before and you've made it where you're healed, you can take that and help somebody who is going through that now. This is a wonderful way to serve. Or if you love children like Arleen does, and you can serve others by knowing that when I drop my kid off, Mama Arleen will be loving on them. Well, guess what? That is a joy in walking in your purpose. So, how do you do that? How do you find what your purpose is if you're not sure? Get ready to write this down, ladies. First of all, make a list of the things you enjoy doing. And also make a list of some of the tough times you've been through, because those are some of the guiding lights that's going to start opening up to you your path to your journey of living a life of purpose. Also, get feedback. Reach out to other people who loves you and really want the best for you. Don't reach out to the ones who make you feel like a lump of coal. Reach out to the ones who really love you and ask them, what do you love about me? What do you think I do well? What do you admire about me? Jot those down too. Then compare the two lists. And you'll see that there's going to be some commonality there. Make sure that you proceed with that. Make sure that you start comparing and saying, where does my joy and peace come from? If I'm writing, do I feel happy when I'm writing? If I'm painting, if I am creating a code, which, sometimes I get so lost in doing my technical stuff. I get so happy when I'm creating a code to make somebody's life easier, whether it's automating a process where they don't have to do the same thing over and over again. I love doing that, but I also enjoy painting. My dad knew how to paint, and I thought I never knew how to paint. My sister and I were lucky enough to know how to draw a stick man, while my brothers painted like my dad naturally. I thought I could never know how to paint. And then someone came into my life. Her name was Connie Gordon. The time I met her, Connie was about 86, 87. She was a Jewish former Marine. Well, you're never a former Marine, are you? But she served in World War II, and she would use teaching how to paint to help soldiers who came back from war broken. She will travel around the world to where the GIs were, and she will help them to learn how to paint. She used it as therapy for them. And then she started out when she left the Army to the Marines, I should say, and she came out and she started doing teaching classes. Then she ended up with a little TV show in the 50s. Connie has taught presidents how to paint. She taught, she was on David Letterman for 7 times. And here I am meeting this wonderful woman. And she took her time to teach me. She's like, Marlene, what I love teaching is that when I walk into that classroom and I ask the question, does anyone know how to paint? And most of them raise their hand and say, no, we don't know how to paint. And she sits down and then she said, get the brush, get the paint. And she gives us instruction. And she tells us what to do. And when we're done, we have this marvelous painting. And she said, now think about that. And I'm going to show you what Connie taught me if I can find it. But here it is. This is one of the paintings she taught me. This is my first painting. I hope you can see it. Connie Gordon, bless my life. Here I am. I always wanted to be like my dad and paint. And she took the time to teach me how to paint. And now, whenever I can, I get those brushes and I paint. And I have such joy when I'm painting because someone took the time to pour into me. And here's what she said. Imagine the time you told yourself you didn't know how to paint and all the time it was in you. So imagine how many other times you told yourself that you couldn't do something. What if you had tried? What could you have done? Where could you be in life? So, ladies, I want you to know, stop that stinking thinking. Stop thinking that you can't do it. And I stole that from Zig Ziglar, one of my favorite speakers that I like to watch and get encouragement and empowerment from. Zig always say, we always start with the stinking thinking and we need to turn that around. Did you know that we speak or think 15,000 to 56,000 thoughts a day? And of those thoughts, 80% of the time, they're negative thoughts. Oh my goodness. 80% of the time you're thinking throughout the day, you're thinking negative thoughts. You have to be careful what you're saying to yourself, ladies. Turn it around. How do you do that? Look back on some of the accomplishments you've done. Pick up something that the Lord said to you. You're wonderfully made. You're beautifully and wonderfully made. He created you for a purpose, that you have greatness in you. He said, my peace I give you, not as the world give you. So think about that. Reflect on things that are beautiful. Sometime when I'm a little down, I get up and walk. I listen to the birds sing. I look at the flowers and I look at the clouds, how beautiful they are, to remind myself that there's wonder in this world. And I go back and I say, you know what, girl, you can do this. Then I write a little thing on my thing, on my a paper, stick it on my mirror, put it in the bathroom, or play a song and start dancing to shake off the stinking thinking and get back into that. I can do this through Christ who strengthens me. So you can do it. You can do it too. Don't give up. Remember, you may fall down. And that song, I think Donnie McClurkin sings it. A saint is just a sinner who fell down and got up. So if you've been knocked down, life's going to knock you down, but get back up. You know, learn to love yourself, embrace yourself. At the age of 57, I'm learning to just love on me. The other day, I was talking to a young friend, and she had just given birth to a baby, and she's like, "Yeah, I'm still trying to lose the baby fat." I'm like, "Girl, I'm with you. I'm still trying to lose that baby fat too." And she looked at me, and she's like, "Well, how old is your child? When did you have it?" I'm like, 30 years ago, but I'm still trying to lose that baby fat. And you know what? I told my son, "Listen, boy, you cured me of all my curiosity for kids because I was in 36 hours of labor with you, and that cured me. That's why there's only you, but you're the best you I can have." My son is one of the best mentors I have. So turn around and understand that it's not the age of the person that can influence you in a positive way. My son is one of my best mentors. By the way, ladies, he's now a yogi. He's a writer by trade. He writes, he's contributed to HBO, Netflix, and so on. But to be self aware and to grow and create, he's learned that he has to meditate, he has to spend time in meditation and in exercise. And you'll hear about mental health and also physical health, is that being still helps you to center. Don't be too much of a Martha. And I'm sure some of you have heard the story of the Bible where Martha and Mary, the two sisters, and they were friends of Jesus. Jesus came to visit. Martha was in the kitchen cooking like crazy, and Mary was there sitting listening to Jesus, like, keep talking, Lord. Then Martha comes in and complains, "Don't you see what you're doing? Can't you tell her to come help me?" And Jesus reminded her that Mary was doing a good thing. So sometimes, yes, we get busy and it's good to serve, but don't forget to stop and serve yourself by being still and learning how to know who you are and know whose you are, understanding where you need to go, where do you need to grow, and then you can celebrate. And I love celebrating with my girlfriends. I love empowering women, and I hope you do too. Don't tear each other down. Let's help build each other up. Women empowering women with excellence. I think that is so important because as we see each other as God sees us, then we can love each other as God loves us. And that's part of the self-awareness. You are light and you are love, my sisters. And I'm so happy to be able to share with you. So go on out there and live your diamond life. Live that life of purpose, on purpose, so that one day you too can say, like Connie did, 2 weeks before she died, she was teaching in her hospital room, showing people how to paint. And when it was her time to go, she told her attendant, please call the doctor. I'm ready. What a beautiful way. She lived life to the fullest. She wrung life, every ounce of life out of life, and lived that diamond life. I'm so honored to be here today to share with you how to be self-aware and live your life of purpose. Thank you.
Hey, good morning, everyone. I'm so excited and honored to be here with you and to have this little bit of time with you. I have a question for you, though. And if you can comment in the comments, that would be amazing. I would love it. But I have a question. How would you like to increase your energy and get in better shape, possibly drop a few pounds without having to changing anything that you're eating or exercising? I always like asking that question because usually what happens when I ask that question, people are raising their hand. They're like, yes, 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 please, please. And then I say, it doesn't exist. And you're like, oh. All right, no, okay. So I kid, but I want to share a few minutes with you today and talking about how we can actually increase our energy, how we can get in better shape, but really without having to do an overhaul. And, I've been in the industry for over 25 years. And as you can imagine, being in the industry for 25 years, I have seen a lot. I've seen a lot of diets. I've seen a lot of different supplements, lotions and potions and shake. And with all of that being said, the biggest thing that I see on a regular basis, especially with women, is that we get really excited, we get motivated, and we die out. We get excited, we get motivated, we die out. We allow other things to get in our way. And it's so important to start putting ourselves first in order to really just bring everything into the world that we need to bring. The energy and life that we bring to each day enters the body through nutrition. And I want to talk about that for you to understand, what can you do to make small shifts to make a big change in your life? Because when we're taking care of ourselves, then the world around us starts to shift. We have a different, glide in our stride and a pep in our step when the inside is right. But, being in the industry for 25 years, many people will say, well, Lydia, how did you get to that point? And, I didn't wake up one day saying, okay, I'm going to just start coaching people. I'm going to start speaking on all these different stages, and I'm going to travel and just impact as many people as I can. That wasn't really my goal ever. My journey started when I was 22 years old. It was March 31st at 12:20 in the afternoon, where I actually received a phone call. And my mom says, you need to get to the hospital right now. And by the time that I made it to the hospital, my father had passed away from a massive heart attack. Now, understand, my dad was the typical dad in a sense. When it comes to, he was in his mid 40s at the time, and he was overweight. And when he was in his mid 40s, he was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes. And it was because he was overweight, he had the type 2 diabetes. Well, he had his first heart attack at 48, and he had his last heart attack at 58 because he was overweight and had type 2 diabetes. And people say, well, that's the reason. And it's, yes, it is the reason. But it wasn't that I was going to go and change and coach all these people. It was all about self-preservation at that time, because I didn't want to be a statistic, because of my family history. They were telling me, well, you're more likely to have type 2 diabetes and be on insulin like your father was. You're more likely to have some type of heart disease, and even likely to die from a heart attack because of your family history. So I went on a mission for myself of self-preservation because I didn't want to die. And what it ended up happening through my years of education, as I started to learn things, the energy and life that you bring to each day enters the body through nutrition. That was an undeniable truth. But then there was another one that really opened up my eyes, that shifted everything for me. And it was that the body is dynamic. It's not static. What does that mean? It means that we can influence how quickly or slowly we age, how fast or slow our metabolism is, by the food that we eat, by the activity that we choose, by the environment that we choose to put ourselves in. And because of that, you have complete control, that you don't have to be a statistic. So when I started to understand that undeniable truth, I started to say, okay, what was self-preservation is now a moral obligation. I could not be the only one that had that misinformation. So I said, I have to share this with people. And then that's where my journey started and shifted. And 25 years later, I've been blessed to be able to work with thousands of people, coach hundreds of groups, and influence women to better health and really taking charge of their life. So in the next few minutes, what I want to do with you is I want to be able to share some things with you that you can implement immediately this week. Because again, the energy in life, I'll say it over and over again, the energy in life that you bring to each day enters the body through nutrition. So how you take care of yourself is going to determine how you interact in your environment, whether it's your business or your job, with your friendships, with your spouse, everything, even with yourself. Because we can try to put all the positive affirmations into our mind, but if nutritionally we're not taking care of ourselves, environmentally we're not taking care of ourselves, then we're always going to revert back to the same old thing. Now, don't worry, because hearing all that, you're saying, okay, now I need to do this. The biggest thing that we start doing when people find out that I've been, that I do nutrition, that I'm in fitness, I start hearing, well, I should be doing this and I should be doing that. And I know I should do that. And I don't want you to do any of the shoulding. I don't want you to do any of that whatsoever, because it's not about what you should be doing. It's about where are you now and how can we measure, monitor, and adjust. I want to give you simple things for you to implement, so where you could say you're going to take off those judgmental glasses, right? We wear those judgmental glasses and picking ourselves apart. And we always say, well, we do one thing right, but we say we did 10 things wrong. And we focus on the things that we're doing wrong. And I don't want you to do that with your food. I don't want you to do that with your activity. What we want to do is we want to take those judgmental glasses off and just look at it. It's all data. And it's going to give us feedback and help us make an educated decision on how we want to move forward. So are you guys ready for that? I hope so, because this is going to be, you're going to be surprised. So I'm going to give you a chance to grab a pencil, a pen, a piece of paper. Maybe you already have it, because I'm going to give you the 3 eyes that you're going to focus on in the next few weeks, to where you can have a huge shift in the next 4 weeks, in the next 30 days, and going into ending the year, which is amazing, because small manageable changes in the right direction are going to yield huge results for you. So let's talk about this. So how can we increase our energy? How can we get in better shape and, really take charge of our life, basically? Well, first thing is that we need to identify. This is the first I. We need to identify where we currently are. When you get into your car and you want to go to, whether you're driving to Orlando or you're driving to Miami, you're driving to West Palm, or wherever it may be, wherever you are in the country, you got to put in where your current location is in order for them to give you the fastest route to your destination. And this is what we need to do when we're identifying. See, so many people, and especially women, what we do is we go, okay, that's it. I'm going to get in shape. I'm going to lose some weight. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm never going to eat anything fattening ever again. I am going to start working out every day, 3 hours a day for the rest of my life. Right? Yes. Sounds good. And then we start out on Monday. And then by Wednesday, Friday, maybe even last a couple weeks, and then you poop out. Everything just goes to pot, right? Because you just tried to do all these things and didn't really identify where you currently are. And you're doing those measurements and monitoring and say, okay, where do I need to adjust? Where can I improve? So the identifying is, okay, number one is we want to identify where are you as far as your food? Where are you as far as your activity? Where are you as far as your water? Where are you as far as your rest? So this week, all you need to focus on, not changing anything, but identifying where you are. We all have our smartphones, so you can download any type of app, whether it's MyFitnessPal or whether it's the Lose It app or whatever your favorite app is that can track things for you, where you can start putting in what you eat. And again, I want you to really hear me here. It's not about judgment. I don't want you to start logging your food and say, oh, I shouldn't be eating that. It's none of that. This is all, we're just looking to collect data. So you're going to put your food in, you're going to put your activity in, you're going to put in how much water you're drinking or non-water liquids you are drinking, and then how many hours of sleep are you getting? How often or what time are you getting to bed? What time are you rising in the morning? And just take the next 7 days to really collect in all that data. So you have to identify where you are. And then the next part of that, the second I, is going to be intentions. So once we have that data, we take in that data, and again, we don't look at it as in judgment. We look at it, okay, where am I? Based on all the food that I tracked, where was my protein? How many veggies, servings of veggies am I getting in? What kind of fat am I consuming? Am I getting enough good quality fat? Am I getting a good enough quality protein? Am I getting a good amount of carbohydrates in, and the quality carbohydrates? And just look at it and say, okay, well, where's one place that I can improve right now when it comes to my food? You don't have to tackle everything. We have protein, you have carbohydrates, which is your vegetables, which is your breads, it's pastas, it's anything from candy to broccoli to pasta. All of that is carbohydrates. You have your fats. What kind of fats are you getting in? Are you getting in coconut oils and avocados, or is it fried fatty foods form of fats? So we look at that and say, okay, let's pick one thing. Let's pick our protein. How can we improve in our protein? And then you can move on. How can I improve? So, well, my vegetables are really low. Maybe you're only getting 3 servings of vegetables in. All right. Can you add in an extra serving of vegetable today? That's all you need to do, is make that adjustment, because when you make that adjustment, then you end up doing more. Now, why do we do it this way? Because going back to, all right, well, I'm going to not eat anything fattening ever again, and I'm going to work out 3 hours a day for the rest of my life. And then all of a sudden we just poop out, we fall off the wagon. And it's because we're trying to do all these things and we're trying to change our habits. And really, honestly, you can't change habits. You can always add in habits, but you can't change them. And when we add in our habits, when we add in new habits, we can crowd out the habits that are no longer serving us. That's the key. So that's why we start looking at, okay, what is one thing that I can add in? So then we look at our food, the intentions of, okay, what's the next thing? My activity. Am I working out? Well, Lydia, I know I should be working out. No, I don't want to hear that. What are you doing? How many steps are you getting in? So, okay, if you're getting in 3,000 steps, what can you do? What's that one thing? What's that increment that you can do to move you forward to doing more? Okay, so let's say you're walking 5 minutes a day. Can we do 10 minutes a day? Let's say you're walking 3,000 steps a day. Can we get 4,000 in? And the more that you do, the more that you do. So you take it up in increments. That's how we measure, monitor, and adjust. Looking at your liquids, your water is one of the most essential, we should call it a macronutrient because it's so essential to your life, of flushing out toxins, of flushing out fat, to hydrating our skin, making sure that all our organs are operating properly. So you're saying, oh, Lydia, I know I shouldn't be drinking soda. I know I shouldn't be doing this. Again, we're not going to go through all that. How much of non-water liquid are you taking in? Okay. And then what's that one thing that we can do? What's that one shift? Can we maybe adjust our morning routine? Perfect example. I love coffee. Let me know if you love coffee. I love coffee. My husband and I are coffee snobs, or you might be a tea snob. I do it all. I love my coffee. I love tea. And my routine used to be first thing in the morning. I mean, I'm on autopilot. I'm getting the espresso machine set up. I'm just getting my, grinding my fresh coffee beans. I smell the coffee. It's like, and you get that first cup and it's so amazing. Well, okay, let's do a shift. Well, if we know that water is one of the most essential things and it's so important for our body and function and organs and flushing out toxins and all these different things, what's the one shift? Not cut out the coffee, but can I do some hot water or warm water and lemon first thing before I do coffee? Why would we want to do that? Because it sets up our metabolism for the day. It helps get everything moving in the right direction. It helps with our gallbladder, our digestion, flushing out even the toxins that your body was working on getting rid of while you were sleeping. So we're not going to cut out our coffee. Yay for the coffee lovers, right? Because if you told me that I could never have coffee again, then we probably wouldn't be friends. I just have to say, it's essential. It's essential to life. It's something it's probably really essential to our marriage as well. We just love our coffee. But so now what I'm doing is I'm adding in a habit and I'm pushing back the time frame. Another reason that's really important as far as coffee, well, our cortisol, which is a really great hormone and it gets a bad rap, but it's what wakes us up in the morning and it's already high. When we drink caffeine on an empty stomach, it increases our cortisol even more, right? So that's a stress hormone. So cortisol is great, but if we have too much cortisol, that's what's going to put that spare tire around our midsection that we don't want. So that's why another great habit to add in is having the lemon and warm water first thing in the morning, giving yourself a little time, and then go have your caffeinated coffee or whether it's tea or whatever that drink may be. Now, moving throughout the day with that water, think about this. Okay, maybe you're a soda drinker, or again, you're a coffee drinker, or you're anything but water. Right? Which I've met a lot of people that are like that, and that's okay. It's not a judgment, it's just an observation. So we need to increase our water. How can we do that? Can we, every time we have a cup of coffee, we're going to guzzle maybe 8 ounces of water. Every time that we drink a soda, we're going to guzzle 8 ounces of water, right? So because as we start adding things in, then those things that are no longer serving us start to get crowded out. And hopefully that makes sense to you. Now, we do our food, we look at our activity, we look at our water, and then we look at our rest. The energy and life that you bring to each day enters the body through nutrition, but your body needs time to recover. It needs to rest. And so many of us are going on overdrive. We have our kids, we have our jobs, we have our businesses, we have all these different things. And we're like, we got to do it all. We got to do it all. We got to do it all. And I see so often with women is that they think I can either be a good spouse or I can take care of myself. I can either work out or I could be with my kids, right? So we're thinking that we can't end. You know, you can be a good mom, you can be a good spouse, you can be a good friend, you can be a good employee, you can be a good boss, and you can take care of yourself. We have to learn that but it's going to be a process. That's why we do the increments and looking at things the way that we are, saying where can we make small manageable adjustments. But rest is crucial to the detoxification process, to your body recovering, to you resetting on how you're going to have the energy throughout the day. So are you getting 7 to 8 hours of sleep in each day? You're like, I wish. Okay. And I know it's like tomorrow. Lydia said I should be sleeping 8 hours, so I'm going to go sleep 8 hours. I know it's not that simple. But can we say 15 minutes, I'll go to bed 15 minutes earlier than I did the night before, right? Or where can we make that minor shift in order to make bigger shifts? But we have to start taking care of ourselves. We have to start really putting ourselves first, because we're better for those people around us when we do those small little things. It's not being selfish. It is actually an obligation. You taking care of yourself is not being selfish. It's an obligation. It's the obligation that you have to your spouse, to your family, to your job, to your business. And when you start understanding that, then there's a shift to saying, okay, I can take that me time for me. And when you take that me time, then you enjoy your other time with the people that you love or the things that you love doing so much more. Make sense? Okay. Now we have to identify where we are. Then we set our intentions, and then we need to implement our intentions. And this is a big one, because we really always have really good intentions, and then things get in the way. So we can set our intentions. We identified where we were. Then we set our intentions that, okay, well, I can eat one more serving of vegetables. I can do one more glass of water. I can do 5 minutes of walking, whatever it might be. You have to decide what that is for you and what's going to work for you. But then setting the intentions, we have our programs, Princess Warrior, Ultimate Warrior. My husband and I are blessed to be able to do those things and work with people. And every Monday, I always go in our group and I ask them, what intentions have you set for yourself today and for the week? And who did you share them with? Because we can have really great intentions and then people get in our way, right? And it's usually the people that we love the most are the ones that get in our way. And okay, what do I mean by that? I love my husband, okay? But we're so good for each other, but we can be so bad for each other at the same time. Why? Because we're both in fitness. We both have nutrition background. We both love healthy, quality food and working out together, but we also both love junk food. We love pizza. We love to indulge. Okay, so I say that because if I set an intention this week, say, okay, I'm going to do a cleanse this week. And in this cleanse, I have to have X amount of water and I have to eat X amount of vegetables. And in this cleanse, it doesn't allow me to have, refined carbohydrates or whatever the avoiding foods might be. If I don't allow Rye to know that my intentions are to do this cleanse this week, then what's going to happen? Hey, they're having happy hour as far as the pizza night joint that we love. Let's go do that. And now I'm tempted. And I love my husband and we love eating together. So then I'm like, oh, well, okay. See, that's how things can get in our way because we don't allow people to know what our intentions are. So it's not only important to set your intentions, but to share your intentions with someone else so they can either support you or get out of your way. And sometimes it's just about getting out of your way. Say, right, don't ask me to go to pizza happy hour. I'm not doing this week. I'm not be cooking a bunch of different meals. I'll be able to share my non-negotiables for the week. Okay, so we do that. We can have that. We have those conversations. Then it's easier for you to not to be tempted and feel guilty about saying, no, I said I wasn't going to do that because they already know what your plans are for the week. Now, also with your intentions, and in wrapping it up, with your intentions, you want to, everything that I talked about, always take off those judgmental oculars, those judgmental glasses, because we will look at what we're doing and we look at it in the eyes of it's not good enough. Women are really good at picking out, I said, that one thing. I can't tell you how many, when we're coaching women and they'll say, okay, I did this, I did this, I did this, and all the things, they did all the things that they were supposed to be doing, but I didn't do this. And they harp on that one little thing that they didn't do. And instead of saying, oh my gosh, I'm like, Jamie, but you did this, and you did this, and you did this. You need to be celebrating those wins. Celebrate the things that you are doing. So daily, on a regular basis, celebrate. Okay, so maybe you committed to having a glass of water every time you drank a soda, but you didn't. But celebrate how much you did do. Okay, so maybe you had 7 sodas. Hopefully not. But maybe you drank 7 sodas and you did 5 glasses of water instead of 7 glasses of water. Well, you did 5 glasses of water. It's called the good, better, best. So that can be part of setting your intentions and implementing your intentions. 7 days of the week, say I want to drink a gallon of water for the next 7 days, every day. Well, my best would be 7 days. I got it done in 7 days. What would be better? Like a good, better, best. Good is 3 days. Better could be 5 days. 7 is going to be the best. And then I have that gauge and say, okay, well, I didn't drink a gallon of water all 7 days, but I did make it 5 days, or I made it 3 days. You met your accomplishment. You're not looking at it in the eyes of perfection of I didn't meet that 7 days. No, I have my bottom and I have my top. As long as you do something there in between, then you met your intentions. You implemented what you said you were going to do, and you get to celebrate your wins. It really is that simple. And I see Marlene says the negative judgmental thoughts, drop them. Absolutely. Exactly. That's the biggest thing that with working with the people that we work with, we have to do an overhaul often. And when I say overhaul, it's not about their food. It's not about their activity. It's not really any about that. Yeah, do they need to make shifts in what they're doing? But the biggest overhaul is what's going on in their mind. Because we have to teach them, and I want you to hear me loud and clear, when it comes to your food, when it comes to your activity, there's no good or bad. There's no good or, what do we mean by that? Food is just food. Food, yes, the energy and life that you bring to each day enters the body through nutrition. So is it better for your body to 80% of the time choose nutrient-dense foods versus nutrient-void foods? Absolutely. But no food is off limits when we work with people. Why? Because then that creates the struggle. There's no good or bad, there's no right or wrong, and there's no pass or fail. There's no perfect food. There's no perfect action. And everybody has to go through their journey and take those steps. Small, manageable steps in the right direction yield huge results. And so often we're looking for that perfection, and perfection doesn't exist. See, people try to convince you that you have to be perfect to be in shape. No. Consistency. It's consistent actions forward is what's going to create the results that you're looking to achieve. And because it's the results that you're looking to achieve, you get to determine the timeline in which you achieve it. You can't control how your body is going to respond. You can't control how fast it will respond or if it's going to respond slowly, but you get to control your actions. And I want to leave you with this. The moment that you not only determine that you're worth the time and effort and accept that you're worth the time and effort, then it's game over. It's game over. Everything that you say that you're going to do, you're going to put into action. And you're not going to recognize yourself. You start today, you won't recognize yourself a year from now. When you start to change, the world around you will change. You guys are amazing, and it's been amazing to spend time with you here today. And I would love to connect with you. You can find me on Glow After 40 on Facebook, and please tell me what you implemented and how it's changing your life. And I look forward to seeing your results. Have an amazing day, ladies.
Wow, what power.
My mic was muted. I was like, wow,
I
wow,
think
wow,
so. Okay. Is
wow.
my mic muted? Can you hear me?
It was because
Okay.
I was trying not to interrupt people just in case I had a hot mic. So I
Yes.
muted myself, but
That what power. I just want to say this, ladies who are out there on Facebook, YouTube, however you're viewing us, please take a note of this. When you change, the world around you change. Not the world around you change, and then you change. You change, and everything that how you see life, how life comes at you change because your perspective have changed. And hence the reason why these 4 pillars in this conference is so interconnected, because that just draws back to self-awareness. You are that diamond. You are that diamond that Miss Bryan talk about. Okay? You change, and one of the changes, we may not be the most sparkling thing once we first start out, but as we grow, as we progress, as we view things differently, we become that diamond. And I just want to say, I agree with what Lydia says. If anyone out there say that coffee is bad, 2 taps on your face. It is fabulous. It's the ingredient that keeps marriages together. I am with her 100%. Drink a glass of water before you drink the cup of coffee.
and
Drink
after.
water and lemon before you drink that cup of coffee. But leave me, and these people
With
know
your
who they
coffee.
are, with my cup of coffee.
Well,
Alicia,
Lydia, I
so
got my lemon and water.
that's
here.
right.
I got my
Wow.
water and lemon.
Alicia, what have you thought about your thoughts on the 2 speakers?
Oh my goodness. I took like 3 pages of notes. I have Marlene talked, just to recap. So those of you who are just joining us or who aren't here, Marlene, you need to follow Marlene. She was phenomenal. She talked about us being diamonds, looking at the I think I got the 4 eyes from the 4 C's from Marlene, but it was only 3 eyes. Thank you very much, Lydia. It's 3 eyes. But she talked about the pressure that a diamond has to go under in order to be produced. And the more pressure, the more clarity in the diamond. And just because a diamond has a different color doesn't make it less precious. In fact, it's even more valuable because it's mixed with different elements. And so we have to look at ourselves as diamonds, and the uniqueness of us are those elements that's mixed in like with a diamond. So that was amazing. And I also loved how she talked about her dad, and his regret was, not living his purpose. And that's her mission now, is not just to live in her purpose, but also to help others live in their purpose. I love that. So comparing us to diamonds, and then having us also recognize that we need to live in our purpose. So what were your top things from what Marlene shared?
I like when she talked about owning your own space. Do not compare yourself to no one, because that's when you start with the comparing, because you don't know people's backstory. And sometimes when you hear the backstories, you gladly grab a hold of your life and run with it direction, because you couldn't think it was that bad. And they have a painted smile on their face. But it was so powerful when she started with the poem. I didn't know where she was going with the poem, but I was all engaged and I wanted to know. But can you imagine, as a girl, as a woman, seeing your dad transition, and he talks about regret? That had to have been powerful. And
It was
he could
impactful.
have taken it two ways. It could have been devastating to her, where she quit and said, you know what, I can't go on. But she took it and was empowered
But
to actually
yeah,
move forward despite. And
despite.
she mentioned something that I know I have experienced it as well. And I know many people, not only women, experience this, but you're functioning, but you're truly depressed.
Yeah, you're
Depression,
keeping a smile on your face and you're functioning, but you're a functioning depressed person.
and you don't even sometimes know that you are depressed.
Because that becomes your normal.
Yes,
That
yes.
becomes your normal. And so many times we're just living through a life. Like she said, she was suicidal, and it wasn't until God met her on that floor suicidal that she realized something was really wrong. She wasn't sleeping, she wasn't taking care of herself. And so that is not normal. If you're not sleeping, that's not normal. Like Lydia said, we need 7 to 8 hours of sleep. So if your sleep is interrupted or you're not getting that restful sleep, that's not normal. I also loved a couple other things Marlene touched on, was exactly how to start understanding what your purpose is. And, she said, make a list of the things that you enjoy doing. Make a list of the things that you've been through. Ask from others what they admire most about you and what they think you do best. What brings value to them. And you can use those things to serve others with as well. You can use those things, and in serving others, that's your purpose. She also talked about it. You can learn to do anything if you desire to do it. Don't stop yourself. Well, I can't draw. I didn't think I could draw either, Marlene, until I was taught how to. When I was taught how to draw, then, I'm not a great artist, but I can draw beyond a stick figure, right? Because there are techniques that we all think that people are naturally gifted at things, and that is true, but that doesn't mean that you may not be the next Michelangelo or the next Picasso, but you can be proficient enough, if it's something you enjoy doing, that you can be proficient enough to do it and hang it on your walls and look at my art instead of hanging their art. You can draw and hang your art and appreciate your art, so I love that. And she did close with, a saint is just a sinner who fell down and got back up. I love that. I'm going to quote you on that, Marlene. I'm going to quote you on that. What about
That's
Lydia?
right.
Lydia just took my socks off, and I'm not even wearing any, but.
That's why she said, what if you tried?
Yeah. And I'm going to say what she said, because I heard her say it over and over again. And I interviewed her for my show too. And she said over and over again that the energy and life you bring into every day, into each day, comes to the body through nutrition. And she gave us some huge ways to shift that's not uncomfortable, that's not going to take you so far out of your way that it's not sustainable. She talked about, you know what? I don't have my headphone, my microphone, so I probably sound really hollow and far away. So anyway, I got so excited to be back on camera, I forgot to plug my mic back in. But she talked about making small changes in your habits to push out those habits that no longer serve you. And that's so important to understand that, because we all do that, Lydia. We all jump in and try to change everything all at once, and it's not sustainable.
Right. And she also, and which I know I'm guilty of, it's the good, better, best. And celebrate what you do. Celebrate your wins.
Right.
And
Don't gloss over that good, better, best, because that was like a mind explosion for me. It's like have three benchmarks. If you're going to make changes, have three benchmarks. This is good. This will be better. This is the best I can do, so that there's no failure. There's no failure in it. If you're saying I'm going to exercise 7 days a week, I'm going to, like take a walk 7 days a week, but my good will be if I do 3 days a week, that would be good. So you don't feel like you failed if you don't hit 7. You say 5 days will be better. So if you do 3 because your life got busy and you do 3 days, you're like, okay, I did good today. I did good this week. Next week I'll do better. And you do your 5 days. And then you do best, but suppose the following week you go back to 3 because again, life got crazy. I did good, so there's no failure in it and there's no perfection. We're not striving for it to be perfect all the time. We're just trying to do the best we can. And those measurements are really great. So she talked about 3 I's, not 4. So did you get the 3 I's, Arleen?
I was too mesmerized. I could remember one. I think I have it in my notes.
I have, yeah.
Trying not to wear my glasses because I know when I put it
Yeah,
on,
don't
it
worry.
bounces all over. So it's in my notes somewhere.
I got you. So the first
But I
I
remember, the one thing I remember is that leave us with the coffee. Just leave us with the coffee drinking.
Leave me with the coffee. That you said. But yeah,
leave me with the coffee
wins.
drinking.
Rosalind, celebrate your wins, big or small. Celebrate your wins and stop focusing on those other things, the negative things. So number 1, the first I was identify. We have to identify where we are without those judgment glasses.
That's right.
So you write down everything that you do. How she talked about in 4 different areas. Your food, so you have to write down everything you eat.
That's right.
Your activity, whether you're exercising or not, write it down. How much water you're intaking and how much rest you're getting. So you start gathering data. You don't judge it. It's just data gathering. You're gathering the data for a week and then you look at the data. So you identify, that's to identify where you are. And then you start to set your intention. So I want to increase my water intake. I want to look at the foods that I'm eating. Okay, let me up my vegetables, get better quality protein in my life. Maybe not eat so much. The fats that come into my body is not from fried foods, but maybe like add some avocado oil or coconut oils into my cooking instead of just, vegetable oil. So making those small shifts with your intentions daily can change a lot. And yeah, we talked about the coffee. Keep your coffee. It's gonna keep your marriage. So keep your coffee. I'm not a coffee drinker, but I know how that is because I used to be a coffee drinker. And then the final I was implement your intentions, and not just implement them, but share with those around you what your intentions are so that you don't get derailed because they have a different idea of what to do. And then you didn't let them know that you were fasting. You didn't let them know that you're doing a cleanse, and suddenly you're hurting their feelings because you don't want to go out with them or you don't want to do certain things because you never told them that you were what your intentions were. So share those intentions with those closest to you so they don't get you derailed. So consistent actions forward will get you results. Don't try to do everything all the time. Just do consistent actions and that will get you results. Little things, make micro changes, makes a big difference.
Exactly. But one of the things I know I always cheat on is my rest. And your body needs to be at rest so that cells could be reshaped. all the toxin needs to go out. So you are no good for no one if you don't get your rest, you don't eat right, and you don't treat yourself correctly. So it's really paramount that we start making those incremental changes that is necessary for us to propel and to do the things that we are called to do. So hence the reason why we are empowering you ladies today, giving you that knowledge, giving you understanding and clarification and clarity on strategies that you can use to be the better your best.
Yes.
Better with your best.
I love what Rosalind is saying, that she likes her advice to measure, monitor, and adjust. Absolutely. I had that in my notes too, Rosalind. So thanks for that reminder to measure. It's all data. We're not measuring with judgment. We're just measuring, gathering data. You monitor your progress and you make adjustments when you need to. So that is a big key area that we can start to make those positive changes, because she says you can't change a habit. And when she said that, it made me realize it's really hard to change habits, and you can't really change a habit. What you do is you add new habits, you add things that serve you better in this time, and that pushes or crowds away the bad habits. So I believe that Kirk is telling us we're at time. So you are worth it. Accept that you're worth it. And what's our next speaker, Arleen?
Let's see. We're coming on.
Good morning, ladies. How are we doing today? I know you guys are excited. I am excited to be here to empower you. Always looking for empowerment. This is a little different because I'm more of a engage in person. So we're going to make this the best and have a great time at it. Go ahead, share some comments, throw them in there. If you have questions, throw them in there. I would definitely try to get to them as we have our presentation. So the first thing I want to kind of mention or to say is that you are where you are, but it's not about where you are, it's how you finish, right? So we're going to focus on the cure and not on the diagnosis. And I will break that down in just a little bit. The woman you're becoming will cost you people, relationship, spaces, and material things. Choose her over everything. So today, ladies, I'm asking you to choose yourself. We've heard from wonderful speakers about your mental health, your stamina, your physical health, what you put in. And today I'm going to talk to you about your financial health. All components of what you're hearing today is vitally important, vitally important. I know for me, I'm a believer. And when I go to church, one thing I often hear is you can't praise God and hold up your hands and really praise him unless, with so much behind your head as far as your debt. You can't tithe, you can't give, and you can't move in the way that you want to do. So as a financial advisor, I sit with a lot of people oftentimes, and the first thing they tell me, just like Lydia, is what they should be doing, what they know, what they've heard, but they just aren't. And I, for one, let them get it off their chest. But I'm always there to let them know I'm not here to judge. I've sat with doctors, lawyers making six figures, and they're not where they should be financially. And I've worked with those that makes 23,000, nurses aides and so forth, and they're not where they should be. So it's not about where you're at. We're not going to focus on the diagnosis. We're going to put that energy towards the cure. So when it comes to our finances, the number one thing that I notice with people is they have no clue, zero clue. So the first thing I always say is find out where you're at. Know where but measure, monitor, adjust, and know where they need to go. And having that to mind, having that in mind, I want to tell you, free annual credit report is the very, very first place you want to go. freeannualcreditreport.com. Everyone is entitled to it once a year. I typically do mine in November. That's my birthday month. So that's my one financial gift to myself, is to know where I'm at, making sure nobody's using my credit for me. And everything that's on there is something that I'm aware of, whether it's a medical bill, whether it's credit cards, student loans, whatever it is, I'm aware of. Because if we're not aware, it stays on there too long. It's even harder to take off when we try to go apply for that credit card, that car loan, and or the home loan. And I've seen that when I was a financial center manager. Most people have no clue, and they come in ready to buy a home because they've had so much money to save up. But we know it takes several components in that aspect to do so. So I employ everybody to find out where you're at. Don't be ashamed. Take that judgment off. Hey, I know what I did. I did what I did. I lived how I lived. But today is a new day, not another day, a new day. And again, finding someone that is going to take you on that journey or join you on that journey is going to be vital, because it can be ugly, right? Get the diagnosis, focus on the cure. Okay. I want to talk to us as we see more women getting higher position, more women making money. We want to make sure we're taking the time out to understand, this is what I have coming in. This is what I have coming out. We see so many, if you go through your bank statements, subscriptions that we don't even realize we still have coming out, $9.99, $19.99. And over the course of a year, and some years, it adds up. So the number one thing I hear people say, I don't know where my money goes. I don't know where my money goes. I don't know. I have no clue. That's the first thing. Find out. Get the diagnosis. Then from there, we're going to focus on the cure. I have this thing here. This is my financial journal. Literally, it is. It tells me my bills. It has all of my emotions tied to it. As you can see, my goal, my 5-year financial goal, my action steps, because I take it seriously. I date my finances. We set a time twice a month. I sit down on the 15th and on the 29th, and I have a date night. It's not that long, 15 minutes. And I look to see what's coming up, what's been paid, what else is coming due, what I have left over. Do I have left over for myself, my husband, my kids, for us to go out to eat or a movie night? And I make sure we're all on one accord, that we know what's going on. My husband knows what's going on with his finances. I know what's going on. We're all on one accord. So when my kids come, Mommy, can we? That's not a part of our budget. And some people hate that word budget. I don't know how to stick to a budget, but we got to start with the mind shift. We got to start with the mind shift. I see people changing their life with just the simple mind shift, as we've heard. All it takes is just that little step. Day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4. And over the course of a time frame, you will see the things that you used to do and now the new behaviors that you are doing to win. When you talk about failure, to me, my definition of failure, I know what Webster says. Failure is a few errors in judgment repeated daily. All right? A few errors in judgment repeated daily. Today, I didn't do so good with the plan that I stuck for my budget. I ate out instead of packing my lunch. Tomorrow, man, these people are driving me crazy at work. I'm going to go out for lunch. Forget what I ate, whatever. You know what? Today is Friday. It's payday. I'm not going to pack my lunch. I'm going to just, go ahead and go out and eat. So it's a few errors in judgment that we do every single day that causes us to fail. So once we make that decision to say no more, then that's when we can move forward. All right. The other thing that I see people fail to do when it comes to their finance, and it is the number one mistake when it comes to finances, is procrastination. We always put it off to the back burner because we don't want to deal with it. We don't want to see the ugly truth of it. There's so many things. We're so busy. We're busy going out. We're busy working, trying to get the promotion. We're busy being moms and wives and girlfriends and whatever the hats you may wear. We don't take the time to find out. Preparation. We got to stop procrastinating. Preparation is going to be vital. I tell people, when things are going good and you're making great money, that's when you prepare for what can go wrong. It's obviously too late when it does go wrong, right? So when I sit with people as a financial advisor, one of the main things that we talk about is, what do you have in case of an emergency? What does your situation look like? And unfortunately, I believe for a lot of people, 2020 woke us up, right? The young kids have it woke, stay woke, wake up, woke. And with people getting furloughed and people getting laid off and the jobs closing down, you walk through the mall, you see so many stores closing out. The number one thing that most of those people failed to do was to prepare themselves. We don't have 3 months saving, yet alone 6 months or a year. In particular, those that are thinking today have their wheels spinning on starting a business. The one thing I tell any and every person starting a business, wanting to start with a business, the first thing you need to do is focus on your finances, know where your credit is at, and definitely saving 6 months to 1 year. Stop procrastinating, get it done. Because we have high hopes and high dreams, and not to say that your business can't or won't take off, but you got to prepare. You have to prepare, because if you are not single and you have a family, your livelihood is still going to need that income. So prepare for it. Preparation is key. Stop procrastinating. Let's prepare. Also, what I see oftentimes people fail to do is to cover themselves. How many of them know what is the greatest asset they possess within themselves or in their home or whatever? How many people know what is that greatest asset? I can tell you hands down, most of you are thinking tangible things that are not, even parallel to what I'm about to tell you. Your greatest asset is yourself and your ability to earn a living. If life changes for you tomorrow, are you prepared? I heard from Marlene, her brother, who has his wife, cancer. We all dread that C word, right? His life has shifted. If they now were a 2-income household that it took to survive, they just went down to 1. The number one minority group in America is the minority group of disabled people. That is the number one, not being Black, Asian, Spanish. The number one minority group in America is the disabled minority group. Another fact, the one minority group that anyone, no matter what color, skin, race, culture you come from, that can join the minority group is the disabled group. You can join at 3, at 30, at 50. That is the number one minority group that accept people at any age, size, any point in time. Are you prepared for that? These are keys and things that as I sit with clients, as I sit with people, my friends, family, when we have these conversations, they're tough. Nobody wants to sit and talk about that. We want to talk about the next vacation. We want to talk about buying the next outfit. We want to talk about going out to places as the world opened back up, air flights and hotels. But we really got to start with self and taking care of ourselves, our mental, our health, and our finances. I can tell you, I became the most balanced person once I started taking care of my physical body, sleeping. Yes, I do my coffee, drinking more water, incorporating more vegetables. And when I got a hold of my finances, I have more money now than month. And for a lot of people, they have more month than money. But I changed that narrative. I started documenting. Why is it that by the 20th, I'm looking for that next paycheck that's coming? And I started seeing, okay, I'm eating out a lot. On my days that I have a terrible day at work and the customer told me off and the associates were late and my boss sent an email, I'm going to the mall. I got to buy me a shoe. I got to buy me a blouse. Then I have to buy the pants that match. So it was just spiraling. When I looked at my statements and I'm seeing the department stores, I'm seeing eating out, I had to change my narrative. And it started with me. And like everybody is saying, it wasn't a change that happened overnight. The first thing I did for 30 days, I kept the same behaviors. I just monitored my spending. I became intentional. I actually named my segment today, The Intentional Woman and Her Money. I became intentional. And I said, with all this money that I'm making, I can't see where it's going. My savings account look lousy. I have no investments in anything to compound on my money. This has got to change. So I began with myself. And of course, like I said, along the way, I lost friends. I lost people that, oh, we always wanted to hang out after work on Fridays. I can't do that no more. I've had enough happy hours to last me the rest of my life. But I had 2 friends that went on this journey with me. And we're so close today. We keep each other accountable when I'm having a rough day and I want to hit the mall. And I can't say that I don't do it sometimes, very, very, very far between. But I don't do it like I used to do. I'm there Tuesday, then I'm back Thursday, and then I'm back Saturday because I had these emotional feelings. And for me, shopping was my thing. Some people, eating is their thing. Never cared for sweets and all of that stuff. But shopping was my thing. So I had to identify what was a trigger for me. If I had a great day, I wanted to celebrate it. I deserve this. I earned this. If I had a bad day, I need to get this because I had a bad day. So I started identifying my triggers. And I worked and walked through them. Again, I got the diagnosis and I spent all of my time focusing on the cure. So I start little by little by little until 50% of my income became the needs. And I want everybody to write this down. 50% should be your needs, your living, your gas, your electricity, your phone bill. Those are things of the needs, the essentials. 30% can go to however you want, but 20%, and I know some people say 10%, but I had to work my way up to 20% of my 100% that I earned went to savings, because I can sit here and I can work and I can plan for my children's college fund. But what we fail to realize is that kids can get scholarships, kids can get grants and loans, but there is no forgiveness when it comes to retirement. Zero. There's no write-off that you can earn in retirement. Zero. So I had to begin to be intentional on what it is and how I want my picture to look. And we talked about keeping up with the Joneses. And because my girlfriend has this and my friend has this. No, the second thing, as part of my dating, my financials, I write down my gratitude, being grateful for what I have. I can focus on the 10 things I don't have. But then as I became intentional, as I became, conscious about what it is that I wanted, I realized I had 20 things versus the 10 things I was focusing that I did not have. Again, failure is a few errors in judgment repeated every day. I wanted to stop that. So for me, it took intense work, and you guys can have that. I want every woman here to think about where they're at. We've seen a lot of loved ones pass away at a drop of a dime. What did they leave behind? Did they leave debt or did they leave a legacy? If something happens to me tomorrow, can my roof still remain over my head? Can my groceries still be bought for my family? If I'm going from two income in a household to one, can I still manage? What do I have in place to make sure that these things are preserved? And that's when you can say, I have become intentional about my wealth, about my health. That's when you can say, I am intentional about leaving a legacy and not just another bag for my children. Finances can weigh people down. I know it had me depressed in the beginning when I was focusing on the diagnosis. And I saw the silver lining and I changed those patterns, those behaviors. I got myself some coverage in case something happens. The car note is still going to be paid. Gas is still going to be able to be put in the car. I can afford a nanny to take my kids if my husband has to work and he cannot adjust his schedule. But these are the things we have to put in place when things are great, so when they don't go great. And again, it's not about being scared, but we need to have that plan because we all know, once again, the number one minority group that welcomes anybody at any time is the disability minority group. Can we be prepared for that? Can we speak to that? Can we live past that without changing our lifestyle? These are questions I want you guys to start thinking about, you ladies to start thinking about. I want us to become truly intentional about everything we do. Can I wait till that shoe go on sale? Do I have 4 pairs of black shoes in my closet that one of them can work with this outfit? Do I have to eat out every weekend? Make it fun. If you are a family, make it fun. Turn some music on. Get everybody engaged in the kitchen. Turn off the television. These are things that we need to do. And I see in the comment here, have to get these things in order. Yes, because I see it. I see it. And unfortunately, most times it's when it's too late that people want to put things into implementation because we were too busy having fun and living life. But guess what? When it's implemented, when it's there, all you got to do is go back and tweak it, right? You review it. You can't set it and forget it. You got to review it. So yes, it's fun to have all the excessive things. It's fun. You look good. You're doing everything that you want to do, living your best life. But then when the best life happens, what does your story say? What does your finances say about you? What does it say about how you live? What does it say about what you value? When you look at your bank statements, it will tell you truly what you value. What are we teaching our kids? We can't sit here and say systemic when we know, okay, you know what? Google tells us everything we need to know about credit. And if you don't, then get an advisor. Get someone who knows. Get your girlfriend who's good at budgeting, couponing. get involved, get together, build that community. It's okay to lose. I've lost friends. I'm telling you, I've lost friends. I lost coworkers that were disinterested in me going out with them after a while because I changed my intentionality and focus on what was important and what I wanted to be important. I see here, yes, turn off the TV, focus on getting prepared. Yes, my number one thing to do, my son, he picks that habit up, is pick up a book, read. I'm always looking to see how can I better myself as a leader? How can I better myself as an orator? So we get here, Instagram, unfortunately, I'm now starting to kind of ramp myself on social media, sharing and branding myself. But what are we, if it's not going to make me money, if it's not going to better me, I really don't have much, time for it. So I really, really, really want us to stop failing. Stop failing. Remember, failure is a few errors and judgment repeated every day, every day. We can become the intentional woman. We can be the woman that has the money in the bank. And it's not about having or starting with having $500. I had a person I worked with. She was able to go from saving nothing, paying herself first. That's my theory. Pay yourself first. And then implementing, I'm going to sacrifice and pay myself this $5. Then it went to $10. Then it went to $50. Now she's at $150 because she changed the few errors in judgment every day that she was making and became intentional about what she wanted, the presence she wanted to set to her family and her children, the legacy she wanted to leave behind. So I see here on the face, great info. Please share regarding the value of insurance policies, particularly those that include living health benefits. So the living health benefits, those things take away. Insurance policies is a phenomenal thing that won't get taxed. Your loved ones won't pay any taxes on. And it's the one thing that most people can do to leave a legacy where their families can start. They can start a business. They can start by owning their home. If you own a home, they can pay it off. If they don't own a home, they can buy a home cash. So I truly, truly believe in those things. There are different, people out there that will speak differently about them, but they are wonderful assets that you can leave behind for your loved ones that cost minimal. $50, $60, all depending on the size of the policy, that can change someone's life. I have here a young lady that I'm currently working with. Mom, dad passed away. And she said, I wish they would have thought to left a legacy behind for me so I can leave my job and start my business. They passed away. One passed away before COVID. One passed away during COVID. So these are things as we put into place, we want to implement. We want to implement a strategy. We want to implement how successful we want to be, and then how we're going to get there. It's not just about doing vision boards. I love vision boards, but then what actions are we going to change and what actions are we going to implement to get there? That's more important than clipping the art and putting it on a board. So having your assets in order, having your house in order can take a load off, can take the stress and the tension out of the shoulder, the depression oftentimes that we face because we don't even think about our finances. And once we start and we say, okay, it's the beginning of the year and I'm going to start, looking into my finances, we get depressed and we get so many things because we see a story that we don't like. Get the diagnosis, focus on the cure. The cure is where it's at. Don't stop at just a diagnosis and revert back to the same behavior. Then it becomes another year instead of a new year. And your new year doesn't have to start in 2022. Your new year can start today, October 16, 2021. Don't let it be another year. Today starts your new year. A woman with intention Position for purpose. Everyone here in this seminar today for this empowerment, you position yourself for purpose. You position yourself for success because you made a decision to turn off the television, to send the kids off or have them in another room so you can focus on you and what you need. So don't let it stop at just this. Continue that journey. I took my notes. Good, better, best. Let's get to the point where we're good. Then we strive to be better. And then at best, it is possible. Our subconscious mind, we filled it so many years with so much junk that that's all we hear, the negative, the judgment, the negative. But once we start changing that, change it. I am going to, no, I am a changed woman. Take that I am going to, because you're delaying it. Speak it into existence. Presence. I am a changed woman. I am a changed woman when it comes to my finances. I am leaving my family a legacy. I am preparing for the worst. Change how you speak outwardly, and it'll change subconsciously. Any comments, questions that we have? Like I said, I really love interactions with the people that I'm speaking with. I'm usually hype, energetic. Let's go. My number one phrase, and I saw that he preached on it this weekend. It'll work if you work it, ladies. It will. Just because the budget didn't work this month, October, guess what? There's November and there's December. Find out where you're having your laughs. I record my emotions on there. I record my emotions in my journal. I have a page right here where it actually tells where did I have the most trouble. So on the 15th, again, this is when I dated myself and my finances. We were halfway through the month and I've done pretty good simply because I'm more alert and more conscious. I still got some work to do. I still did some splurging that I shouldn't have, but not beating myself up. I'm documenting. How did I feel? If I had a bad day and it took me off of track, what was it? Start identifying what it is. If it was a good day that took you off track, start identifying what it is. So here, nobody is looking at me. I don't have to have my makeup done, my hair. I don't have to wear my best. It's me and my journal, my bank statements, and we are looking and we are engaged, and I make it fun. And I turn on music that I love and I make it fun. And me and my girlfriends, we are on the line together. We all doing our thing. Hey girl, how did we do? You know what? I was able to come out $50 more than I did the last time. So it's not about how you start, it's how you want to finish. The cure, the cure, the cure, not the diagnosis. Channel your focus to that. So as I wrap up, ladies, I just want you guys to be empowered. I want you guys to be encouraged. I want you guys to know you are designed for success. You are purpose. You are purpose. God created each and every single one of you on purpose for a purpose. Find out what your purpose is. I know my purpose is to encourage women when it comes to their finances. I ran from it. No, I'm not perfect. I still mess up, but you know what? I light up. I embraced it. I love it. And this is who I am, and this is what I do. I was created on purpose, with purpose, and my purpose is to share with you guys that you are awesome, that you are encouraged, and you too can be wealthy in what God has called you by being a steward over what he has given you. That's my time, and I thank you for being here today. Mwah.
Hi, everyone. I'm so happy to be here with you today. I'm grateful for the opportunity to be one of the women that are inspiring you today to step fully into your greatness. My name is Melissa P. Dunn. I am a commissioner in the beautiful city of Lauderdale. And today I'm going to share with you some lessons that I've learned along the way about leadership. You know, in my day job, I also am the CEO of MD Marketing Network, and we're an advertising agency that focuses on helping conscious individuals and businesses to do good and make money. And I'm also the CEO or founder of the Hibiscus Girls Leadership Academy. And so, in all of the roles, in all of the hats that I wear, leadership I think is perhaps the most important characteristics that define who I am as a woman. Now, how do you define a leader? For me, a leader is someone who inspires other people to follow them. Now, you have a leader that leads you in a conscious, awakened path that creates an opportunity for individuals and communities to transform. And then sometimes you have some leaders who perhaps lead people down another direction. For me, I like to think of myself. And I'm going to share with you today some tricks, some hacks, some strategies that I use in my role every day as CEO, as commissioner, as philanthropist, as global thought leader in leading the charge. Now, I wasn't always a leader, right? Well, actually, that's not true. I think even when I was a little girl, like the girls in my mentorship class, and I actually rushed here from being with 10 Lauderdale girls, who is a part of my Lauderdale, a part of my Hibiscus Girls Leadership Academy. And I was saying to the girls, what really makes someone a leader? And they shared with me some characteristics that they think creates an effective leader. And after the girls each went around the table and they gave me their list, I asked them, I said, do you think right now, being high school students, do you believe that you have those characteristics? And guess what? My girls said yes. Not only did they say yes, but they were able to share a story as how they exhibit leadership in their life right now. And my girls range from 8th grade to high school, right? So, ladies, I'm here to tell you that you perhaps have always been a leader, right? I know I was. I was this girl growing up in Jamaica that other children followed. I was this girl growing up in Jamaica that was able to inspire other kids to action. Now, I have to tell you, my brother was better at inspiring people to action than I was. There were several escapades that he led a group of us into that got us in trouble. But in any case, if you look back on your life, I'm sure you'll be able to identify a time when you took charge, where other people followed you. Now, it could have been that you were an informal leader, right? Perhaps you didn't have the job as a supervisor or a manager or even CEO or commissioner, but you were inspiring people to action. People listened to what you had to say. You influenced them. You inspired them, right? Well, that makes you a leader. So my intention for our conversation today, and I do want it to be a conversation, right? I want you to type in the chat, and as you type, they'll bring it up on screen and we'll be able to have a dialogue. But I want you to kind of think about perhaps amplifying your leadership using some of the tips that I'm going to share with you today. Now, I believe, in fact, I know, not just believe, but I know that success is an inside out job. What do I mean by that? Well, inside out, meaning your thoughts, your words, the way that you show up in the world really impacts how successful you are as a leader, as an entrepreneur. There's a process that I like to teach called the creation process, right? Yes, and inside out, Marilyn, for sure. So there's a process that I like to teach that says your thoughts trigger your feelings, and your feelings inspire your actions, and your actions get your results, right? That's why character is the first characteristics of a leader that I want to talk about. How do you show up in the world? There's a difference between being a leader and doing the tasks that a leader typically does. So with character, we're talking about kindness. We're talking about generosity. We're talking about humility, about about truth, trustworthiness. Those are characteristics that really starts up here. It starts with your mind. It starts with the way that you think. It starts with the way that you feel about yourself. And then, of course, it's going to impact how you show up, how you act as a leader, and therefore the results that you're able to help your team get. So Alicia says that there's a great poem around thoughts, words, and actions that create character. Absolutely, absolutely. Your thoughts are the foundation of your results. It starts there, right? So I want you to examine your character. I want you to think about how you're showing up right now. I'm going to give you an example, right? So I have a team member who perhaps doesn't really feel that well. And, you know, we've all had teams that you have somebody that would call out sick. You have somebody that perhaps maybe would show up at work, but they are not performing the way they normally do because they feel a little bit under the weather. Well, as a leader, how do you handle that? Do you create a kind, considerate, supportive environment, or are you focused on, well, dang it, he or she is out sick, and so that means that they can't get the project done, or so that means that now as a leader, I have to step up and do what it is that they're supposed to do? How do you approach that? What's the vibrational energy in the office, right? So your character has to be the foundation upon which everything is built as a leader. Because guess what? I know for me, I'm not going to follow anyone who is not trustworthy. I'm not going to follow anyone who is not kind. I'm not going to follow a leader that's toxic, right? So you've got to be mindful of how you're showing up in the world. So character is the first critical trait of a leader. The second one is commitment. Are you the type of person to do? Well, I can tell you one thing. As commissioner in the beautiful city of Lauderhill, 74,000 people are my boss. 74,000 residents are counting on me to do what I said I was going to do when they elected me to office. And I guarantee you that if I do not, they will vote me out. And so it's important for you to be committed. And you know, there are different levels to this commitment game, right? You can be committed at a level 1 where you think that, well, you know, you make excuses as to why you don't do what you say you're going to do. right? Like if you're supposed to deliver on a promise to a customer, then, oh, well, I was short staffed, or, oh, well, my supplier didn't do what they were supposed to do, so I couldn't keep my word to you. Somebody else's fault, right? That's like a level 1 type of commitment. A level 4 type of commitment is where you have an agreement and you acknowledge that agreement and you are willing to do some of the work to make sure that you meet the agreement, right? But, you know, you can do your best, but if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. That's level 4 type of commitment. What I'm talking about, ladies, is a level 7 type of commitment. Like you are going to get it done or die trying. Like that type of commitment where you know that you're source, where you know that once you give your word that you're going to do everything in your power to get it done. That's the type of commitment I believe a true leader should have. And now there's external commitment in terms of the commitment that you've made to your job, to your family, to your community. But then there's also internal commitment, the commitments that you make to yourself. When you say to yourself, well, you know, I'm going to exercise today, that's a commitment. When you say to yourself that I'm going to eat right today, that's a commitment. When you say to yourself that I'm going to take Michelle's advice and start to budget without beating myself up, that's a commitment. So be mindful of what you say yes to, because when you say yes, you've got to get it done. That's what a true leader does. A true leader do what they say they're going to do when they say they're going to do it. And they start by keeping their commitments to themselves. Now, there's nuances to this whole commitment thing, right? You got to make sure that you have an agreement with yourself internally, as well as with folks externally that feels right to you. Now, you can always negotiate or renegotiate that agreement, but once you give your word, you've got to stick to it or renegotiate it, right? So that is the second bit. Second important foundational trait of a leader. The third is connected. You know, and perhaps I should have made connected the first. And when I say connected, for me, connection is connection to source, connection to something bigger than myself, connection to, for me, whom I call God, right? A moral compass, an anchor, if you will. And I love being still enough to hear the voice inside of me guide me in which direction to go. Sometimes it's sit still and do nothing. Sometimes it's go right. Sometimes it goes left, right? But the whole point is that I'm plugged in and I'm connected. Because guess what? Things will always pop up. Nothing stays the same. Change is a part of life, right? The wind blows like this. The question is, are you anchored? When the rage of life and circumstances start to blow, are you anchored? You've got to be. Because I can tell you, as a community leader, you know, in fact, this morning we were doing yoga in Meditation Park right outside of Lauderhill City Hall. And after, you know, I saw a lady walking down the street and she was looking over at me and about 10 or 15 other women. And I invited her to come over and do yoga with us. And we had an extra mat, so I put it out for her. She did yoga with us. And then afterwards, she came up and she spoke to me. And she said, Commissioner, I need a mentor. Something is going on in my life. And she and I had a conversation. And I have to tell you, it's because of my connection, right, that I was able to truly hear what she needs so that I can guide her and I can advise her on how the storm of the rage. The storm is raging in her life right now. It's raging in her life. But because as her leader, as her commissioner, because I am deeply rooted and I am anchored, she can hold on and have the right kind of guidance from me so I can make the connections to the right kind of places so that she can get the support that she needs, right? Make it a level 1 commitment your goal. No, not level 1. Level 7. Level 1 is down here. Level 7 is up here. Like, you're going to do it or die trying, right? So commitment, connection. And another characteristics of a vision of a leader that's so important is vision. Vision, but not the kind of vision that's surface level, right? I'm talking about the kind of vision that's deeply rooted in who you are, in whose you are, and what it is that you want to see for your family, what it is you want to see for your life, what it is you want to see for your business, what it is that you want to see for your community, a bigger, purpose-driven vision. And from that space, you lead. From that space, you gather, you commit, you connect, and you lead. So vision is an important thing. And I tell you what, there are going to be challenges. There are going to be challenges. You're going to sometimes feel like the world is on your shoulders. I tell you, sometimes I feel that way. And whenever I do, I just breathe. Just breathe. And when I go back to my breath and I remember my purpose and I realign myself with my vision and I adjust my commitment level, then I get energized again. Then I feel strong again and I can push forward with ease and grace. You got to look for the best in yourself, and you got to look for the best in other people, because things will pop up. When your spouse is not behaving right, and when your children is not behaving right, and when your coworkers are getting on your nerves, you need to be able as a leader to see beyond the surface and look deeply to see the best in them, to see the God in them, so that you can inspire that and bring that out in them so you can see more of the person that they were destined to be, and that's how they will show up more consistently in your presence, right? It takes skill, and it's a skill I have to confess that I am working on. You know, it's really easy to see the best in yourself and the best in other people when things are going well. When folks are showing up to work on time, when your customers are paying their invoices on time, when your kids are going to bed without arguing, when your spouse is, being romantic and nice, it's easy to see the best in them. But it's those moments when they're getting on your nerves, and that's a natural part of life, that it becomes challenging. And typically our automatic reaction internally is to start having a dialogue where you're making a long list of how they're getting on your nerves. You're making a long list of what they're not doing right. And you are repeating that list over and over. And then now you're surprised when that's more of what you're getting from them, when that's more of how your team is behaving. That's because you are the vibrational heart of the movement as their leader. And so if your internal conversation about your people is always negative, then of course they're not showing up to work on time. Of course your customers are not paying their invoice on time, because that's your internal dialogue. So look for the best in people. Make a list of all of the things that you appreciate about them, all of the things that you're grateful for. And sometimes, you know, in the case of a really challenging competitor, right? I'm an entrepreneur and I know how it feels when you have a competitor, and sometimes some competitors are more aggressive than others. And so when you make a list of the things that you appreciate about people and you look for the positive aspects about them, you look for the good in them, more good will show up in your reality. Right? So as a leader, practice seeing the best in other people, practice seeing the best in every situation, practice seeing the best in yourself. And also, I want you to look for opportunities in every single situation. So let's say, for example, that you lost a client. You lost an account, and that's happened to me. In fact, I'm going to tell you, I remember when I started my agency, MD Marketing Network, I was doing it part-time and working for somebody else part-time. And I got 2 contracts from 2 clients who were each paying me $4,000 a month. So I'm like, yes, now I have an agency. I'm going to quit my part-time job, focus on my 2 clients, because now I'm bringing in, $8,000 a month. It's more than enough to pay for my expenses. I know I'm still living at home with a roommate. I can do this. And I'm working with both clients. And then within 3 months, it became apparent that one of the clients and I were not good fit for each other. And I had to fire the client. It was the toughest thing I've ever done in my life. But we agreed to part ways. I let them out of their contract. Because for me, I always said that I only want to work on projects that I believe are going to impact lives, transform communities, or advance global understanding. That's my purpose. That's my commitment. And so I had to release one of my clients. And it was tough because by this time I had moved out of a roommate situation, gotten my own beautiful apartment with a water view, and I had just bought a car. And so now my income, and I had hired somebody, right? So now my income is cut in half. At the time, it felt horrible. At the time, I was miserable. At the time, because I was still in victim consciousness, I could not see the opportunity. But let me tell you how opportunity presented itself. In that storm, in that challenge, I became more determined to go inward, to really strengthen my connection with Source. And after a while, I got still. And a desire was born in me to truly, truly, truly serve and be successful. I think that's the first time that I read Think and Grow Rich, was because of that circumstance. So you see, if I hadn't gone through that, perhaps I wouldn't be sitting in front of you right now as your commissioner, because it was that experience that really woke up inside of me a deep desire to be financially successful, a deep desire to be a philanthropist, a deep desire to teach and to make sure that I had multiple streams of income. That one circumstance. So as a leader, it is important for you to be able to see opportunity in every situation, good, bad, or indifferent. Look for the opportunity, look for the green light, look for the gem. And if you can't find it right now, get still, go inside and ask. You'll get the answer, because everything that you need to be successful is already inside of you. So Alicia says, sly disguise of opportunities often come in the form of Yes, Mr. Hill, let me tell you, Alicia, for sure, he mentored me in that moment. And Marilyn says, you are feeding us right now, Melissa. I am so happy to hear that, Marilyn. Thank you so much. I'm happy that you are seeing value in this. And Think and Grow Rich was one of my favorite books as well. In fact, I remember in 2016, in that beautiful apartment that I could no longer afford, I remember taking a piece of butcher paper and writing down my intention and writing down an amount and putting it on the wall so I could see it. And that was my new income goal. But let me tell you something. You see, when you are working towards something, there's the only difference between the person who already has it in the future, because if you ask for it, you're going to get it. You already have it. It's already done, right? And the person who you are now, that's where the work is. And so that income goal that I wrote on the wall, right? And at the time I was trying to get to a 6-figure business, right? Because remember, I started out with $8,000 a month, lost one of the accounts, so now I'm down to 4,000. That's not a 6-figure business. So my goal at that time was to become a 6-figure person, a 6-figure company, right? Put it up on the wall, but I had to release a couple of things for me to get to that point. I had to release self-doubt. I had to release fear. I had to release overthinking things. And I had to embrace my creativity, embrace my courage, embrace and nurture my creativity so that as a leader, these things can come forth from me into the world, through me into the world. And of course, I surpassed 6-figure. Then the pandemic hit, starting all over again, right? But guess what? By this time, I went back to school, logical and mindfulness coach, and made the decision to run for office. And here I am. So some of these things that I'm teaching you about leadership are things that I'm learning, things that I've lived. And so in summary, I want you to really examine who you are right now. I want you to take out a sheet of paper, and I want you to list all of the characteristics of a good leader. Think about a leader in the world right now, whether it's in your industry or in your community, that you truly admire. Think about that person. How do they show up? What's their character like? How do they demonstrate their commitment? Make a list. And then I want you to look at that list and evaluate how you are in this moment. Identify the areas that you get to cultivate so that you can step fully into your gifts as a leader. Listen, it's about awareness. Awareness leads to understanding so that you can then transform and become fully who God intended you to be. Right? So that's your homework. Make the list of the characteristics, looking at a leader that you truly admire, and evaluate who you are in this moment and really work on the areas that you need to cultivate in order for you to step fully into your skills as a leader. The second bit of homework that I'm giving to you, if you'd like to take it on, is for you to look at your commitments. Evaluate them. If you have said yes to anything that does not align with who you are, that does not align with your purpose, then I want you to renegotiate them. You're either going to stop them completely with communication, obviously, right? You're going to communicate and tell the person, no, you can no longer do this. And by the way, no is a great word. Okay, so you can divest some of those things that you've committed to so that you have time to truly up level on the other things that you truly want to do. So if you see that you're performing at level 4 or below on any of your commitments, then you need to reevaluate them. And the ones that are at level 4 that you decide that you want to keep, up level it, get to a 7. Get to the space where you're going to do it or die trying. So that means, for example, if you commit to going to the gym or you commit to running a mile today and it's raining, you're not going to say, well, it's raining, so I'm not going to go running. No, you're going to get your umbrella and you're going to go do what you said you're going to do. That's the kind of commitment I'm talking about. Okay, so that's your second homework. Evaluate your commitment levels, and the ones that you really know do not align, get rid of them with conversation, right? Because everything starts with an agreement. And then the ones that you really want to keep, then work on up leveling. Okay, and then the third bit of agreement, if you really want to take this on, this one is really challenging, and it's one that I am working on myself. Look for the best in others. And, right now, there's probably somebody in your life that comes to mind that maybe you have some disagreement with, that a circumstance perhaps that doesn't feel fantastic to you, offer some forgiveness. There's a process that I take people through, but for now, I want you to at least start making a list of the positive aspects of that person, a list of the positive aspects of that circumstance. All right. So those are your homework, and I hope it really and truly serves you. Remember, you are the architect of your life. You're a creator. You're destined for greatness. Everything that you touch, everything that you're asking God for, everything that you're believing God for is already done. It's already done. Peace and blessings to you all. And remember, always be kind and loving to yourself today. That's first thing that you need to do as a leader. Be well.
Hi, everyone. Great leadership. Thank you. So at this time, I will bring you our special guest, our award winner, which is for our Community Heart Award. Her name is Pat Wright. And I just want to share with you a couple of things Miss Wright does in the community. Miss Wright graduated from Barry University. She attended Nova University and graduated with an MBA in youth entrepreneurship. In her community, Ms. Wright is the current crime prevention group president. She's the intern chair for community action and human services for Opelika Miami Gardens, Executive Director for In the House nonprofit organization providing services for children and family. She's a member of the Norland PTSA, and Scott Lake Elementary Community PTSA group. She has been a guardian ad litem for 15 years as a voice and mentor for abused and abandoned and neglected children. In the community, she's a community collection of luggage for foster children moving from place to place, co-chair with the UpPack taking seniors to Tallahassee to deal with different issues. And she's also currently doing farm share in the Opelika and Miami Gardens area. I present to you Miss Patricia Wright.
So she's having some technical difficulties. Oh no.
Yes, I did see that. So, Pat, if you can hear us, we commend you on an excellent job that you're doing in the community with the Community Heart Award. We thank you truly for all that you're doing in our community. So, with no further ado, we would move on to the next section of the conference. Hopefully, Ms. Wright can join us on thereafter. And Alicia, you can move forward.
You know, I want to thank the sponsors again, because without their support, and I forgot to mention my own company as one of the sponsors earlier. Alicia Couri Inc. is also a sponsor. Hello. So let me go ahead and mention the sponsors again, because again, without their support, this could not happen. All the stuff behind the scenes, being able to present this and bring this to you. There's a lot of work that went involved. So I also want to give gratitude to you, Arleen, for not just for your vision and putting this together, but all the hard work that you have put into this conference to make it what it is. Also, Kurt, I want to be able to say hi to Kurt. Again, I forgot my headphones. I wasn't expecting to jump on so quick. I want to say, thank you so much for Kurt behind the scenes that's putting all this together. But our sponsors are Graceful Extensions, AL Cosmetics, Eccentric Flame, Chauncey's Cabinets. I'm running through all of them here. Live, All Natural Immune System Booster. Ford's All-Star Academy, Planting Seeds for the Future. Next to Mom, Learning Center, Inc. Perfect Look Virgin Hair. JBDP LLC, Building Success in the Early Childhood Community, one piece at a time. And Two Black Men, Lava, ML Spa. And these are our sponsors for today's conference. So thank you so much for being here and sponsoring. And Kirk is like, thank you. So I believe she is back. So Pat is back. Are we bringing her up and on to accept her award? She's phenomenal in the community. So Kirk, whenever you're ready, just bring her back in. There you are.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. Sorry for the blooper. Computers are never great.
Listen, we love them, but they challenge us sometimes.
Nothing beats being in person.
Mm-hmm.
I thank you so much for this opportunity. I am the executive director and the founder of In the House Inc. And what that does is an all in one model that has everything in the house for the children that have those needs. And that's what we've been doing. Nationwide, we have over 500,000 children in foster care through no fault of their own. In Central Florida, there are about 1,500 children in foster care. And I continue to be the voice for them because a lot of us go through life and do not know that these kids are in the predicament that they're in. There are 19,000 children in Florida that are currently in foster care, and about 600 of those kids are waiting for permanent placement and without identified families. 9,000 of those children are homeless in Miami-Dade County. And the county tracks them through Project Upstart, which keeps up with them in the school system. I so appreciate this award. It does speak to my character, and it's good to know that somebody has noticed that in me. This award was so touching because I do have a servant's heart. And a servant's heart to me means that it's a mindset or a desire to selfishly and sacrificially serve others. And that's what I do on a daily basis. Regardless of your feelings toward them or what it may cost you, that's a servant's heart. To develop a servant's heart, you must begin by being right and aligned with God, recognizing who you are in relationship to who He is. Exposes any pride that you may have, and yet at the same time, the more you recognize who you are in relationship to Him, the more you embrace humility. The Bible also states that a servant's heart is whosoever will be chief among you, let him be your servant, even as the Son of Man came to be ministered to, but to minister and to give a life of ransom to many. As you know, Christ died on the cross for us. And so we need to do all we can to serve Him and others. A servant leader works tirelessly to develop his or her people and is focused on what they can do for others. Successful leaders maintain a servant's heart and thus encourage their people to do the same. Imagine what your business culture would look like if you and all of your team became servant leaders. You have to lead with heart. Lead with your heart. But that does not really mean that you can't do the work you need to do. It means that a servant leaders don't lead people using traditional commands and control methods. I tell you what to do, or when you do it and then you do what I say, you supply the deliverals. But that is not a servant's heart. When people are led from the heart through a servant leadership approach, the individual performs a higher level because the leader treats him or her with dignity and respect. The leader has taken the time to build trust relationships with employees, continually communicating the meaning and the purpose of what the organization does. In the real world, how do we lead with our hearts? These tips can turn this leadership mantra into a mindset. When you have a leader's heart, that can be the mantra. Lastly, a friend of mine told me that every night we go to sleep, we practice dying. And it's no guarantee that we're going to get up in the morning. And I just recently saw that when I lost my sister. However, if you make it to the next day and God gives you that extra day, that's a bonus. We don't know what our time frame is from God. However, we have to live the best life. So if the God Almighty blesses you with another day, do all of the things that you're supposed to do in order to operate in your gifts. Lastly, yesterday is history, tomorrow is a mystery, and today, yes, today is a gift. So you need to operate in that. And then in life, we need to have an A through E attitude and strategy, because your E will always be your exit strategy. You have to have that in everything you do in life. This is the award. Arleen, I thank you so much for thinking of me. You never know who's watching you. So it's a good thing I'm always on my great behavior. Anyway, I thank you all from the bottom of my heart for the opportunity and for my plaque. It's going right in my living room among my family pictures. Thank you so much.
That is such a beautiful plaque. I love it. And congratulations. You are the epitome of a servant leader. Pat, we love you, and we love what you're doing in the community.
Okay.
Thank you. Absolutely.
Thank you.
So we have had such a full and rich day so far, and we have more coming up, right, Arleen?
Yes, we definitely do. We are going to get into the panel discussion. I just I was communicating with State Representative Felicia, and she really is coming back from Tallahassee, and she's a bit under the weather, so she is not joining us today, but she sends her regards. So we want to make sure that she stay rest up. Thank you, State Representative, for all that you're doing for us, and we appreciate you.
Take your zinc and take your echinacea and everything that you need and get that rest, because again, self-care is not selfish. What did Lydia say? Self-care is it's your obligation to everyone else. So it's an obligation for you to have self-care. Okay, so we want to thank our speakers that are here for the panel that's coming up. We want to award them. They have their plaques, correct? You said?
Yes, so please, if you have your plaques, just put it up.
Wave your plaques when you come back out. If you have it on you, just to say, we want to say thank you so much for being a valuable part of this and for sharing your wisdom and your knowledge and being so generous and kind. So we have a video that we're going to show before we bring our speakers up, so we can go ahead and play the video. I just want to say thank you again. So Marlene, we have the 3 M's. Marlene, Melissa, and Michelle that are coming up next with our panel. So, and then the 2 A's, Arleen and Alicia.
I did not see that coming, but okay.
So we need to make like an acronym out of that, because that's a powerful, that's powerful right there. MAMAMA, mama. So go ahead, Kirk, take it away, and we'll be right back. Hello, ladies. I know. Right, there we go. I was like between.
Thank you. I love it, you guys. Beautiful.
You're welcome.
I tell you, you are making history in my career. Do you know why? You are the first person to give me a award that has my new title, commissioner, on it.
Oh,
I've had
lovely.
other stuff in the community, but this is my first recognition as a commissioner. So thank you.
Yeah,
absolutely. Listen,
lovely.
We had to think. Usually, we provide these awards to these women, and every year at the annual conference. And my conference team and I thought about it, and we're like, we already have women of excellence who are going to be represented at the conference. Let's just acknowledge their presence and their efforts and their work in the community. Why we have to go outside? Because you could have been anywhere on this day, but you chose to be here to empower other women, and that speaks volume. So I just wanted to say one thing, and then we will get the panel discussion in well. When I listened to one of you guys speak, and everyone kept saying relatively the same thing. We all talked about self-care. We all talked about commitment.
Yes.
We all talked about self-awareness and aligning with the right people. I heard Michelle said it. I heard the commissioner said it. I heard Marlene said it. Pat said it. We all talking about sometimes, and this is a strong takeaway. We gotta cut some people off to bring it. We gotta cut the old to bring in the new.
The new.
You cannot put all wine in new bottles.
No, ma'am.
New wine is
Everyone is not going to go to that 7th level of elevation of leadership. That when you make a commitment to do something, you strive your utmost best. My mantra, and that's how we're going to start. I want to ask each of you guys what your mantra is. My mantra is operate in excellence. And it simply means I may not be the best at what I'm doing, but I'm going to give it my 110%, my all. And once I do that, I feel good in myself because I did my best. So I'm going to call everyone by name. Alicia is right to my right. So Alicia, what is your mantra? What is the word that you live by?
Well, you know, audacious confidence. Hello. But, you know, it's really stepping out and doing things. I love that what you say with excellence. That is part of it. But really not allowing fear to stop me from doing the thing that I need to do to go to that next level. So operating in audacious, that bold, that confidence, that even if your knees are shaking or your hands are shaking and your voice is quaky, you're doing it anyway. Because the doing is when you realize how that it can be done and that you can do it. So audacious confidence everywhere that's me.
Marlene, you're next.
Well, you know my mantra, it's live a diamond life, a life of purpose. And as I explained in my presentation, that is really embracing who you are, who you're created to be, and finding out how you can use your purpose to help others grow. And as you embrace that, there are going to be challenges on the way, but the more you walk in it, the more people are going to see that light shine, and the more they're going to be drawn to you. And the funniest thing is, Commissioner Dunn spoke about leadership. And one of the things I know, and she said that you're going to be called to lead. It's not that you necessarily wanted it, is that it's going to find you as you're walking in your purpose. You're going to be called out. You know, you're going to look back and, you know, there's a line of you there. And then all of a sudden somebody say, who can I send? Right?
Right.
All of a sudden the rest of them step back and you're the only one standing up going, where'd they go? But
yes, absolutely.
Exactly. But you embrace it. And as you embrace it, then you'll see, as the saying goes, when the student is ready, the teacher appears. Then you see that coming. So that's what I love about living a life of purpose, is that there's no written way and your journey's not my journey. But once I embrace that journey, our journey together can be that much greater. So that's mine.
Absolutely. Pat, Ms. Wright, what is your mantra? I know you said it, but we want to hear it again.
You're muted, love.
You're muted, Pat.
Sorry about that. What I do here, you learn, you listen, you lead, and then you apply the action. And then you get the results.
Michelle?
That was nice. My mantra is simply, the world is awaiting your creative touch to life. Everybody was born with a purpose, and I can't be you or Commissioner Dunn or Marlene. I have to bring my own creativeness, my own talent, my purpose confidently to the world.
Thank you. Commissioner Dunn.
I have two. I'm going to share with you the one that I use. Well, the public one that I use all the time is Get It Done. for obvious reasons, right?
Get it done.
Get her done.
But I'm going to share with you guys the one that I use when my back is against the wall. I remember when I was campaigning, there was a moment that I felt so deeply afraid. I really wanted to quit. And since I've been elected, there was a moment when I sat on the dais and I felt fear. I felt like my back was against the wall on a particular issue. And I said, be the vibrational heart of the movement.
Solid.
Powerful.
And for me, that goes back to what I talked about, getting connected and being clear about your purpose and your vision. And I so know why God has put me in this position that I'm in right now.
Yes.
And so sometimes when the storm is raging, I just have to be still, and I get to remind myself to be the vibrational heart of this movement that we're on to make Lauderdale a healthier and more prosperous community for all of us. So that's really the one. I've never said that out loud before.
Ooh, love
I
it.
love that.
That's the one that I used. Be the vibrational heart of the movement.
Thank you for your transparency. So I'm looking at the chat, and Pamela is giving us a lot. She says, do it afraid. So even when you're afraid, just do it.
Yep.
Born on purpose for a purpose. Today is the best day to start, and no
Whatever
one
it is.
can be you but you. So go forth and be the best you that you can be. Whoa. Tiola said, have faith and be great.
Yes.
So, ladies, if you're out there, you can definitely share your mantra. We may be able to add to it. We may even take your mantra and create it as a conference theme if it aligns with our purpose. So, Alicia, I would like to give you the share. Pass
Sure.
the baton over to you so you can lead the ladies.
Thank you so much. And all of you are leaders, influencers. You've made a mark. We've gone through things. I wanted to ask, as a leader, making decisions, and I'm going to start with Commissioner Dunn here because it's a powerful thing to make a decision, even when it's an unpopular decision. How do you make clear decisions in your leadership, in your roles as business owners, and even when it's not popular, stick with it?
That's a good one. So I'm a data-driven person, and I believe in having all of the information, right? And so my way, for example, I have an issue coming up on the workshop agenda for this coming Monday. One of the things that I want to do is I want to look at how we use plastic in the city. And so this is a topic that my colleagues and I are going to be discussing, and it's a very challenging one, right? There are pros and cons to it. And so this is an issue that I've been researching for a long time. So my way is getting the data, speaking to the experts, speaking with the team to understand what the challenges or opportunities are, and then bringing it to my colleagues so that we can talk about it again, and I can understand their position. I can be aware of, again, the challenges and opportunities from their position. And then after that, I'll make up my mind. And once my mind is made up, it's made up based on me being inclusive. It's made up based on me having the data. It's made up based on me speaking to the experts and identifying evidence-based best practices that I believe will move our community forward. And, people are not always going to agree with me. It takes 3 votes to get anything done on the commission. And I'm grateful that so far, all of the ordinances that I've proposed, my colleagues and I have been aligned. And I hope that we'll be aligned on this one too. And again, there's nothing wrong with, crafting something in a way where it can be a win-win, right? It doesn't have to be where I win and you lose. We can find a way for us to win together. But listen, once the mind is made up, so that's my process.
Yeah, and then you have the evidence to back up your decision to move forward. Michelle, same question.
For me, I do two things. I try to take the high emotions out of things. So I will sleep on it, because sometimes our adrenaline, whether we're hot or cold. So I try to sleep on it, not rush to that decision, and kind of wait for it to either have a tug. Sometimes some things come and it passes away, but when it stays in that gut and it's a tug, then okay, let me look into it further. And like, Commissioner Dunn, depending on what it is, I look at whatever data that's available to me about that decision, or just my passion behind it. So I don't rush. I take my time, sleep on it, think about it, pray about it. And then based on that, I move forward with the direction that I'm supposed to go in. And 9 times out of the 10, it's usually spot on.
And when there's dissent, like if there's someone who pushes back against you, how do you hold steady on your decision?
In that waiting period, I don't talk about it.
Ooh.
That is crucial. We want to call our girlfriends and see what they think, even my husband sometimes, I don't, because to answer that question, I want to be able and be solid and confident that it's not just me. It's not just an emotional thing that I'm doing, that I'm actually hearing the voice and I'm actually, led or driven in the direction. So I don't talk about it. And it's easy for me to speak confidently to my decision to anyone because I know I'm not just moving on solely emotions.
Love that.
Oh my God, I'm sorry. Yes. Listen, let me just say something, right? So I am right now reading Reverend Bernard Beckwith's book, Spiritual Liberation. And just this morning, I read a passage in his book where he talks about the characteristics of a person. And one of the things that he says in his book is that all of the answers you need is already inside of you.
Exactly.
You don't have to talk. You don't have to talk to people outside of yourself is the thing. Evolved people speak to themselves instead of speaking to other people. So listen, Miss Crum. I got it now. You just spoke a word into my spirit, honey. Thank you for that.
That's good.
Confirmation.
I love this conversation.
You know what? I wanted to just cut in there before Commissioner cut in. That's how I make decisions, Michelle. When I'm upset, I don't speak about it because I might say the wrong thing. I don't send the email out. I don't answer the phone. I just back up. Because the thing is, my philosophy is that what goes out in a man that defies you and what comes out. You can think everything internally, but it's what comes out. And the thing about when it comes out, you can't take it back. So we got to get emotions out. Yes. Especially when we're communicating with others, since we know about self-help, self-awareness. So many people are hurt and going through different things. And sometimes you just say the wrong thing and it can be very damaging to others. So I am very cautious. I try to be. I'm not always 100%.
We are works in progress.
Yes.
No, and it goes to say, because whatever decision anyone is looking to make, your girlfriends or family members, they kind of think similarly sometimes the way you do.
Yes.
They may have come from an emotional standpoint. And if it's a life decision, career change or, expanding family or whatever it is, you want to make sure you're doing what's in your best interest, because again, if you're not at ease or if you're not comfortable with it, then everybody, as Commissioner said, that vibration that you're putting out, everybody's going to sense it. you know? So I don't want to come back and say, oh, I apologize because I said this and said that. I stand still, keep my mouth shut. God gave me one mouth, two eyes,
2 eyes.
two ears.
That's my
And
dad.
and make sure that that decision is what I stand on, so I don't have to waver. Now, there is a difference sometime when you're in that cross and having a good mentor that
Yes.
can decipher and give you good sound
Listening from
advice,
above.
you know, and not just, you know, because they know you, but, you know, sometimes they will rub you and tell you something that, you know, hey, look, or give you a different perspective at it. You know, I solicit those type of people, but I only have very few of them, and I don't solicit them for everything. But, you know, when I do need that nudge to go forward, that too I would call.
Yep. Get the
Yeah,
feedback.
absolutely. I'm coming to you in a second, Marlene, but Pat,
Okay.
I wanted to hear, how do you make decisions? You're muted.
Come on, Miss Pat, you got this.
I
Leave
know
the
I
mic
do.
on. Leave the mic on.
One of the things I do, because I love to read and I love to dig for information. So first of all, I look for all of what I can find about whatever my decision or what I'm dealing with at the time. Then what I do is I go into meditation, because when you start to speak to people, everybody has an opinion.
Mhm.
Opinions are like eye color, you have several. So that will skew whatever you may have in mind to do. So that's why I'm always looking at doing the research and then seeing what I have statistic wise. And I have to admit, I love old stuff. So sometimes you can go back so far in old stuff that it can just tweak it to bring you to the new stuff. And when we speak of things, and that's why it's just best to be quiet and speak in meditation to God if you're making a decision.
Yes.
He's never wrong. But what you have to look at is, remember, when you speak things out of your mouth, it goes into the universe. You know who lives in the universe, correct?
Yes.
Then there you are. So God lives in the universe. Now you may speak all of this and God is in the universe, and he said, no, that's not going to happen, because he's always on the side of right. So you have to meditate. You don't listen to the opinions of others, and always, always stand and operate in the truth. It'll always set you free.
Mhm.
That's
Love it.
damn right. And a lot of
Yes.
people are not going to be happy with you speaking the truth, because sometimes the truth hurts. But you can make it where it's plausible that, they'll look at it like, okay, that was my ice cream and I'm going to be your cake. You may not like it. You may not like it.
All right, Miss
But
Pat.
you're going to join us together in that bowl eventually. And that's what I do. I deal with children, so I have to have fun.
Yeah, you have to make the analogies. Right.
So it works. It eventually works itself out.
And Piola says things aren't clear. When things aren't clear right away, stay away until it's clear what is right. Love that.
Yeah.
Miss Marlene, I
Yes.
know you've been like, let me speak.
No. I've learned from my dad, as Michelle said, to listen, because you got two of these and one of these. That was one of his mantra. And he was a great listener. But I work with children too, but they're grown men. In my industry, I have two teams and they're all men and they're technical. So making decisions is sometimes a challenge because, first of all, I had to earn their respect because I'm a woman in a technical job, and learn to lead by listening to them, understanding how each of them work and operate, and how they collaborate as a team. So sometimes the decision I have to make as a leader is a tough one when, I know what the team wants, but I have to look what is the best overall for everyone, to the customer, to the company, to the team, and everyone involved. And sometimes, yes, it isn't a popular decision, but like you, yes, I will stop and meditate, ask for guidance on where can I find information, and then present it to the team as, what are the pluses and minuses, the pros and cons? If we do X, Y, and Z, how would it affect the customer or the company or so on? So I always try to not only be still and understand what the problems or the challenges are, but what are some of the solutions and how would it impact everyone? And I do like to sleep on it, especially when I'm making a big decision that affects the family.
Mm.
Like when I was moving from New York to Orlando, I had custody of my niece and nephew and my son, and I had to make that decision. And my nephew, he was just starting high school, and he was rebelling. I mean, it was hard to see the pain he was going through. But I also knew that was the best thing for us because our nucleus, my mom and my sister had moved. And I knew I had to travel for my business, right? So I wanted them to be in a safe environment when I'm on the road. Fast forward, my nephew's like, it's the best thing he ever did, getting us to move out of New York. I don't even want to go back to New York. Got his family now. I'm spoiling his daughter like no tomorrow. But sometimes, yeah, you have to make that tough, unpopular decision. But when you stand back and connect back again with source and let that be your guiding light, then you find that even though it may be unpopular, then at the end of the day, when they look back, they're going to see that the decision was a favorable one. And the same at work, because I know I always talk with the upper management, which, I don't think that's a great idea. And they're like, oh, we're going to try it anyway. And they go ahead. And because, again, I'm a woman in technology, then all of a sudden something go wrong and they go, oh, maybe we should have tried. And then they took your suggestion, and I never mind them taking my suggestion and adopting it as their own. That's what I want. I want them to believe it's theirs because then they will go full force with it. So I've learned to just let it go sometimes and just know that it'll come back around where they'll see it's a good decision.
That's great.
Yeah.
Alicia, I want to just acknowledge some of the mantras in the chat. I saw that Sharon West put faith over fear. Rosalind put grounded friends. I think when I talked about putting things in the atmosphere, Danish says you cannot take it back because it's already said. Rosalind Laney said, and I guess that's to Pat, yes, operate in truth, and yes, it's important to lead by listening.
Yes.
Absolutely. And Marlene, you touched on so many important issues there because as leaders too, we are the visionaries. Like we have to see what's coming down the road and make decisions right now, but will positively impact our future, which is what Michelle was talking to. We don't know what's coming up, so we have to prepare now, especially when things are good. Make your preparations now. Like Noah, build the ark before the rain.
Hello.
900 years to build the ark before the rain comes.
Yes.
And so what you were talking about, Marlene, is so important because you see the benefits ahead that some people can't see right now because when they're in a situation they can't see, and you have to make those sometimes very difficult, unpopular decisions as a leader to do those things. Arleen, do you have any other questions you wanted to share with the panel?
Yes, I have two questions for Michelle. And this is really important because I see it every day in my industry, which is early education, and people tend to not think about retirement. So, Michelle, you said two things. You said debt or legacy, and no forgiveness on retirement. So, could you expand?
Okay. So death over legacy. A lot of people, especially COVID, I think opened a lot of eyes because it happened suddenly, right?
Yes.
We went from one moment being good, fine, shutting down, people getting sick, to there's no more places in the morgues and all of this stuff, right? And One thing I know I have started, and Melissa, Commissioner Dunn, and I were partnering to do some seminars on the next year, is estate planning. Now, we've had families that have lost mom or dad, and then weeks later or months later, lost the other significant, right? Brings about a whole bunch of issues right now with probate court. So what
Yes.
they left for their family was burden, an extra bill that they don't have finances for to sort out because they have this home. There's 4 kids. They're all adults. Everybody wants the house now. So much things
Mm-hmm.
that went on.
Yes.
Then we have on the other side where families have planned properly, even though it was not, like you say, a popular decision to sit down and do, but they planned effectively and they left a legacy. They left maybe an insurance policy that paid off the home. So no more rent. That's one bill off of our line item. And we're accruing interest, not equity on our home, or we're able to start a business, right? Or we can send our kids to school debt free. So many things can go into legacy depending on how you look at it, what you want to do. You may not be able to afford $1 million policy, but saying, hey, a 250 or whatever it is to do this. And you look back, and if your family members, if you taught the financial literacy, they would have vested it in something that would have multiplied over and over, the business or the home or whatever it is.
Yeah.
So that's that part, death or legacy. We have that choice. We make that choice today. The second thing when it comes to retirement, like I said, I see so many people plan, oh, they have a child. Oh, I got to do a 529 plan because I went to school and I got loans and I got this and I got that. And then you ask them about their retirement, especially if they're a business owner. Oh, well, I'm going to sell the business. Look at what happened to those business owners that were looking to sell in 2020 or 2021 when nobody has the money to buy their business, or so many different moving components that we just didn't think of. Who thought of COVID? Who thought in our lifetime we would have a pandemic,
Mm-hmm.
So looking at that, and we look at some of the senior citizens that are still having to work, not because they socially want to be out and about, but they have to work because Social Security isn't enough, because they failed to plan. Their kids are great doctors and lawyers in other states, barely visit them. And I've seen this. I worked in a financial center for years, barely visit mom or dad, and they're struggling. Struggling. Us as Caribbean island, Black culture, oftentimes we're taught to take care of our parents and so forth. But then that's another burden on the kids that's starting out.
Yes.
Your parents become your pension plan. So we got to plan better. We see other communities, we can say the Jewish community or the white, they plan for those things in that moment so they don't become a burden, so they don't wear out their children, especially financially. So those are things, again, it's great to have a plan for your kids to go to school, but do you have your plan first? And if you had to choose, you better make sure Susie Q comes home to do homework. You better make sure you apply for every scholarship. There's thousands and thousands of scholarships they can apply for. But we can't do that in retirement. We can't. Absolutely can't. There's no scholarship for retirement. And the government wants to get rid of Social Security.
I think somebody talked about planning, and I heard that's something that I heard State Representative Felicia said. I heard when I listened to what Denzel Washington also talk about planning. You have to plan, but not only about planning in the right season. I know Pat is all over the place when she heard about the seniors. So Pat, I'm going to give you an opportunity to speak about that, because I know that's an issue that you are also a part of, that you take in charge of in our community.
Oh, okay. Thank you. We have, in fact, Miami Gardens is a very large population of seniors. I sat on the Elderly Advisory Board of Miami-Dade County. I was appointed by Barbara Jordan. And some of the things I saw that the county is coming up with now is if a senior has to cross the street and they're in a wheelchair or something, The sidewalks have been made accessible. Even in Miami Gardens, they just had the sidewalks accessibly. And now we have the lights that are going to be longer to change when a senior is walking across the street. But the problem we do have out here is that when we were going to house to house to house, a lot of them live alone. A lot of them don't have
Yes.
family.
Yes.
So what I've done out here, and I try to do it monthly, and there are some organizations out here that feed. I make sure that those seniors that have been identified can get food. And it's not so much giving them food. Some of them are sassy about what they will and will not take. I had meals that were prepared. No, no, I cook my own food. Okay. So I take you raw chicken and vegetables and bread. And so they cook for themselves. The pain of this is that there's I'm friends with the postal worker that handles our community. And she came to the house and she was so upset when she delivered the mail. I asked her what was the problem. She told me that she had gone to this house 2 days in a row, and she knows the people. If you're on a certain route, you know how those people operate. And the mail had
Yes.
sat in the box 2 days. She says something is wrong. She says she couldn't understand. She knocked on the door. The third day she went there, the mail was piling up again, and then she smelled an odor. She called the police. They came, they kicked the door down, and the lady was at the door dead.
Oh,
So this
Wow.
speeded up an information. We have 9 crime watchers in Miami Gardens. And so what we're trying to do is attach a senior piece to that, wherein we can get something where every senior can get a wellness check. So that's the
yes.
newest thing we're creating now for our community. And we have they're very sweet people. Some of them work, some of them don't, but we still need to watch out for them. A lot of them, their family doesn't even live here. So
Yes.
as a community, I think that's something we should do. Representative Stevens is working on some things with our seniors now. And in Miami Gardens, we have our new senior citizen center. And a lot of them go up there and exercise. But because of the pandemic, a lot of them are still not outside. So it's just to give you an awareness that you have to keep in mind. We have a large senior population, and a lot of them I use to mentor the children because they've been here. They've
Mm-hmm.
done that. They've raised children. And I think sometimes the seniors are the best to raise our young people. I have no problem with it because they're afraid to talk back to them, for one thing. Some of our seniors will still slap you. So it works for me.
Oh my goodness, that is so good.
Yeah, so we're working. We're working.
So, Commissioner Duns, we all said this, but I want you to talk about no being a great word and being mindful to saying yes.
Mm.
No is a great word, but be mindful to saying yes. So please enlighten
Yeah.
us.
Well, listen, we all have a lot going on, right? There's only 24 hours in the day, and some of us are better at using and maximizing our 24 hours than others. But the point is that if you look at us, sometimes we feel overwhelmed, sometimes we feel overcommitted. And I believe that part of that reason is that we don't say no enough, or we say yes to the things that are not aligned with our purpose. We say yes to the things that are not really going to move the needle and move us closer to the things that we say we are looking to create in life. And so my encouragement and my personal practice with when it comes to community service, for example, before I became a commissioner, I used to sit on a lot of boards. I was on the board of the Girl Scout. I was on a whole bunch of boards, right? Because I'm a marketing person and every nonprofit wants to have a marketing executive on their board. And 2016, you remember I shared that example of losing that account or really kind of divesting of that account in my portfolio that didn't align with my values. Um, I also made the decision at that time to look at all of the boards that I was involved in, and I resigned from all of them except for one. The one board that I kept was the board of the Lauderhill Chamber of Commerce. And I really believe that my decision to say no to everybody else and to say yes to the chamber, but saying yes to the chamber in a way that I was all in, like super, super, super committed, level 7 commitment is part of the reason why that was God's way of putting me on the path to becoming a commissioner without me even knowing it.
Yep.
So you've got to really look at your commitments, say no to the ones that are not in alignment with what it is that you want to create or who it is that you want to become. And then everything else, say yes. Play full out.
I want to add to that, because that is one of so I have these 7 secrets to audacious confidence, and that is actually number 7. It's learning how to say no to the things that don't serve you, because a lot of times we say yes to people out of guilt, out of obligation, out of what would they think, what would they say, and it's not really what is in our heart to do. And so we don't give that level 7 commitment to it, but we go half-heartedly into it because we said yes to something that we should not have said yes to. So it's learning how to say no without guilt, without fear, but allow no to be a powerful, strong no. And that allows you to build your confidence when you can say no to things, because you have really done what you said, Commissioner Dunn, and examined, why am I really doing this? What is the purpose? And is this aligning with my goals and where I'm headed? And can I serve more people by saying no? Because then you can commit to something and really be firm in that commitment to the yes that you did commit to.
And that's what's right, Alicia. I see what you saying no sometimes is doing them a favor also. Because if you say yes, you may be resentful even though you said yes. And you're not going to serve at your 100%.
Yeah.
You're going to half-hearted. And if you're going to do it half-hearted, why do it anyway? So you're right. There is power in no.
And your no, believe it or not, is going to be somebody else's yes, and that
Amen.
was meant for them.
Yes.
So true to everything that is said, you're doing something haphazardly or out of obligation. And sometimes it's for you to say no so somebody else can be that blessing to that charity, that obligation that would have ordinarily been a burden for you.
Yes.
So no's are beautiful things, especially if it's opening the door for somebody else's yes that they've been waiting on.
I actually want to make a point too, in that the most important person to say yes and no to is yourself.
Yes.
That really, because remember I said that success is an inside out job, right?
Yes.
That's the most important person to say yes and no to.
Like, put down that chocolate cake. No to that chocolate
Correct.
cake.
My finances, when it comes to my finances, maybe I do not need that extra purse.
Yes.
Do you know what I mean? You've got to, and then you have to say yes to yourself too, because guess what? Joy, fun, rest, that's a part of being successful. That's a part of living life full out in excellence.
Balance.
Commissioner Dunn, that is so cool because I know I had a hard time, like coming from a West Indian background. If you're not working 10 jobs like my mama, you're not doing anything. So allowing myself to
I have 4
relax.
jobs right now. I get it.
Yeah. So learning how to relax and just be still was really difficult for me. And especially around my mother, because she is, even now in retirement, tomorrow's her birthday. She's going to be 80. And she's out there cooking and doing all this stuff. I smell shrimp and soup and all that coming through the door.
Wait, can I come over?
But the thing is, she's having a tough time just sitting still. If she's sitting still, just browsing her little game or reading something, she's like, I'm retired, so don't judge me. And I'm like, I'm not even judging you. Enjoy your retirement. I am enjoying you enjoying your retirement because you're exhausting me seeing you run all over the place, taking up weed whackers and mowers.
So Danish had a comment that's saying this
Yes.
panel is really hitting on value points. Thank you so much. And that she has no problem saying the word no, which is excellent.
Good for you.
And Rosalind said she's presently working on this, saying no without guilt or regret. And I just wanted to add, you know, as Christian women, sometimes too, we have trouble saying no because we feel we have to give.
Everybody's got to like us. We got to be people pleasers.
Yep.
We are people pleasers,
Yeah.
and we have to stop that. We have
Yep.
to stop that and recognize Jesus rested.
Amen.
He did rest,
Mm-hmm.
and he
It's-
did say no to people.
Yes.
If you read your Bible carefully, he said no
Yes,
to
he
some
did.
folks. So you got to learn that you don't have to do it all for everybody all the time.
Yeah.
As I often say, it's a balancing act. You know, you got to know how to balance it all. You can't, I know I might be hurting somebody's feelings or bursting a bubble, but if we look at it, and even to what you just said, we can't have it all.
All the
There's
time.
not
At the same
one
time.
person that truly has it all. Even the most millionaire,
Yep.
there is something they are lacking or don't have. So this false persona or social media or reality TV that shows us this falsified hood that we can have it all. Us women, we can have it all. No, you can't, because something sacrifices, whether
Yes.
it's you're doing well, being a boss lady, running it, your family is suffering, your marriage is suffering, you know, your family, there's something that's suffering, your health is suffering because you're not sleeping. So we definitely cannot have it all. I just say you got to balance what you're passionate about
Yes.
and creating the time and space to take care of you. So if today is a no day, I'm not picking up the phone, I'm just going to stay home, or I'm going to get my nails done, my hair, whatever it is. You got to figure out that happy balance to keep it all together, but we will never have it all.
Yep. I call it
I'm gonna
balancing your
share
Mary
perhaps a
with your
different
Martha.
perspective
Remember
on
that. Balance your Mary with your Martha.
Amen.
Yeah.
I'm
Commissioner
going
Dunn.
to share perhaps a different perspective on what you just said, Michelle. I think that part of the challenge is that we're not clear about what we really, really, really want.
Mm-hmm.
And that a lot of times we're looking at things externally and we're
True.
giving value to those things. And so in that kind of circumstance, then no, you're not going to have everything that you want at the same time. But if you really are looking at success and abundance from an inside out perspective, then you can absolutely 100% have everything that you want all the time.
Yes.
If you want happiness, if you want joy, if you want
Joy.
peace, if you want
Yes.
abundance, you already have it.
Mhm. Yes.
That's right.
True.
It
So
goes
let
back
me
to
just
the gratitude.
More comments. Go ahead, Arlene.
Gratitude.
Some more
Let me
comments.
just look at some of the comments. I saw Tiola said, had to learn to not always be available all the time. I know sometimes that's some of our weaknesses as well. Rosin said, Marlene, your mom sounds like a wonderful person. Your
Yes.
health is usually what suffers.
That's right.
Yes.
So listen, when the pillars of this woman empowering woman was founded for excellence was founded, it was specifically designed to bring up and bring awareness to all what we are talking about. Self-awareness, knowing who you are, how you lead, how you operate in society, understanding that to be a leader and to function well, you need your health and wellness.
Yes.
The next component is financial literacy. You need money. You need to make good, sound financial decisions, not only for in the moment, but for retirement and also leadership, how you lead. So one of the things that Commissioner Downs mentioned, and my friend, I have a friend, and we just talked about this. And she said, you know what, Arleen, all these boards they want you to sit on, you have to let half of it go because you want to function in excellence. You want to operate where whatever part you play, you do justice. I have been in meetings and you would see that the meeting is being carried on with at least 12 persons, and out of the 12, 10 were on their phones, in
Yes.
text, discussing, and you're not fully engaged. So if you're not fully engaged, then you're not intentional. And if you're not intentional and you're not participating, fully aware the decisions that you're making, you're not making decisions of your own. You listen to what everybody else says. And when it's time to vote, because you're so busy on the other meeting, you have to say yes.
Yes.
Now, and when we have all these on our plates, that's when you feel depressed. That's when you feel over obligated.
Overwhelmed.
Yes, overwhelmed. This one
Anxiety.
is sending you an email. You have this deadline, that deadline. So what I have done was actually have a planner. And my planner have everything that I have to do for the day. If I have to add something on the list for today, I remove something out of
Something.
the list. Because if I'm going to have 10 hours to function, 8 hours is work and 2 hours is to relax and rest. Because, like Michelle said, we need to have time for everything. You can't be a boss chick and be this audacious person and then your family is suffering. You can't be the best homemaker and then you're about to lose your job because you're not coming on time. You're not about to be the best entrepreneur and you're working in the business but not on your business to elevate the business to the next level. So it comes with time. And even with your money, I know I have done that, where you put monies in investment, but you don't even take up the paper and look at the portfolio. So you're making money and you're losing the money because you're not planning how to invest. So time, we need time. We need to learn to be the best that we all can be. So I have 2 questions for you. What is your why? So we will start with what is your why, because your why, I believe, helps to harness your vision, your goal, and everything that you do. And then after we finish with our why, I want you to think of a symbol that clearly that you could represent to or speak to, and then explain why you choose that symbol. So again, I will start with Pat first. I'm going to leave you, Alicia, and I'm going.
Okay, because I was about to say, holy moly.
So Pat, what is your why?
Now, when you mean why, tell me what that is.
Why you do what you do? What wakes you up in the morning? Why you wake up? Why you show up? Why?
One why is I have a new 2-year-old that I can't get away from, and he and I practice our foolishness together. So that's my one why. I love that kid. Number 2 is this, and like I say, life experience is a lot. I've been twice to death's door in my own life. I had to learn from that as to why I'm still here.
Yes.
So what I've done with that, I've prayed and I've asked God for years to tell me what was my purpose for being here. Because I should have died a long time ago. I was in a car accident where when the car turned over, I could touch the street. The steering wheel was torn up completely. And it was one of those flatbeds that was coming through my windshield, but the car turned over.
Wow.
But while the car was on its side, it got picked up and put down like an egg. It was not flopping up and down. So I know that had to be God. And the second one was a hospital issue where I knew I should have died. I begged God to die, but it didn't happen. And in all of that, I was saying that there's a purpose for me to be here.
Wow.
And I asked, I prayed, I didn't know what it was. I tried 1,000,001 things. It did not work for me. But when God told me what my gifts were the gifts of help and the gifts of encouragement, I operate in those gifts as if it's no effort for me.
Yeah.
So I've been given my purpose, and that's what people need to do. You need to pray and ask God, because all of us came here with gifts. We all had gifts. What we need to do is find out how to operate in those gifts, and life will be sweet. And as you spoke of Noah with the ark, remember, he had a purpose. But if Noah did not build that ark, he would have been perished as well. So
Yes.
we have to listen to the voice of God, because God is, as I say, he's in the universe. He's never wrong. So with that purpose, I operate. I've had no problems. What I forgot to say is that every year until the pandemic, we were taking 2 busloads of seniors to Tallahassee to help us advocate and be activism for the things that benefit our seniors as well as our community. So that's my why.
And if
Ma'am,
you
Beautiful.
and
Thank
if
you for
you had
sharing
to
that.
choose a symbol to represent you, what symbol would that be?
it would be the heart.
Oh,
How does that
Yeah.
go? It would be the heart, and God would be the full surface around that.
Amen.
Right? That's
Love
the
it.
heart, and then God is in the background in a full circle. That's my. That's what mine would be.
thank you for sharing. So,
Oh,
Michelle, you're next. What is your why, and tell us your symbol?
My why is simply because I truly believe when we shift our minds, everything else will come forth. And my little, my 2 little ones, I want them, as our parents always say, to be different. And that start with making sound decisions now. You know, it pleased my heart whenever they find coins, or if they go through my purse finding a coin, they automatically are wired to put it into their piggy bank, and they understand that that's the key to building wealth.
Mhm.
Of course, it's with the balance, but my why is that helping people to understand that it's not where you start, it's how you finish. And you can be wealthy in so many things in life if you just put that effort. So every time I meet with somebody, every time I talk to someone, I want them to know that it is possible. My symbol that I identify with, I'm a big advocate, anyone who knows me, of butterflies. I love butterflies and what it symbolizes, how it morphs into a butterfly, being the caterpillar, the ugly caterpillar. You know, you go through transitions, and in life, you know, I've come from an ugly stage and went into that cocoon phase where God worked in me and through me to morph into this butterfly, to be able to speak to women, men. Back in the day, I would not be here doing this. I'm always behind the scenes, and I will help people with their vision and not do that. So for me, it's the butterfly. And anybody that ever sees a butterfly, so many colors, it's just a
Mhm.
beautiful thing. It makes your heart just feels like, oh my God, it's a butterfly. So that's my identity right there, is the butterfly.
So, you know, I belong to a group called Caribbean Sisters. Sisters, if you are on the line, say hey. That's our symbol, the butterfly. And I have one of our sisters, she just loved butterfly, Lisa, everything. If you look at her posts on Facebook, it's a bunch of butterflies. So great. And then you also cued in our next conference theme, which is Woman and Creating Wealth. That's next year's theme. So you just gave it away, Michelle.
All
Yay.
right.
I love it.
So, Commissioner Dunn, what is your why and your symbol?
Wow. Well, I'll tell you, I mean, I shared with you earlier that um, I have come to embrace my purpose as being to impact life, transform communities, and advance global understanding. Um, this came to me after going through homelessness, after going through two divorces, after losing a child and a pregnancy,
Aye.
and trying to understand what all of that pain meant. And, you know, Reverend Michael talks about asking empowering questions instead of disempowering questions, right?
Mhm.
And at that point in my spiritual development was why me, God?
Mhm.
Mhm.
And so now I have learned to ask, what God are you trying to bring forth into the world through me?
That's
And so I have come to the realization that those three things are part of what is trying to emerge through me. How it looks, I don't know. That's not my job. My job is to say yes. And so um, I am anchored, deeply, deeply anchored in that purpose. And every single thing that I say yes to goes back to those three things: transforming communities, impacting lives, and advancing global understanding. And the symbol that's been my prayer actually since I was in my early 20s is God make me like an oak tree where I'm deeply rooted so that no matter what storms come, anchored, so that my limbs will provide food, will provide shelter, will be a part of the ecosystem because of the photosyntheses that trees offer. And so even if you look in my office, you see two trees. So that reminds me to remain anchored, to remain a contribution, and to be beautiful because trees are beautiful.
Yes, they are.
And that's my symbol, oak tree.
Thank you for your transparency. And this is great that other women can hear. You know, through your loss, you still went through it. You asked questions. What is there for me? So not because you lost something or you lost a business, you lost your marriage, you lost a loved one, that means that, oh my God, that's it. It's finished for me. I lived a high life. Now I just have to be a recluse and stay in the back. No, you have to rise up like a phoenix and come on and show and, be that example. Be that example that other women want to see. Look, B. Swanson says, Michelle, I love butterflies as well. As Elton John says, butterflies are free
Free.
to fly. So great. So now, thank you for your comment. Uh, Marlene, what is your why and your symbol?
Well, my why came about when I was laying on that floor wanting to take my life. Why? And God said, why ask why? Just know that I am for you and that I'm with you. And that actually made me stop asking, like Commissioner Dunn said. I stopped asking why and more focused on how can you use me? If you're with me and if you're for me, how can you use me? And what helps me is that it says he created man in his image. If I'm created in his image, then I have greatness to go about. When I heard Les Brown say that, I was like, oh, how is that? Because I have so many flaws and I have so many things going on that's just not right. But once I sat still and recognized, be still and know I am God, and I look internally and saw that he's placed so many good things in me, I wanted to live more for him. In the sense that I want to be able to, one of my prayers when I wake up in the morning and I do my devotional is, God, how can I be a blessing today? Please use me to be a blessing today to at least one person. Help me just bless, even if it's a smile or whatever it is, Lord, just leave me in that way. And that is my why, to be a blessing, to use the greatness that he's given to me to help somebody. I used to chase the money. I used to have the money coming in like crazy. And money, I've learned, it is good to have as a tool. And that tool is to be able to donate to charity, help somebody who may need it for rent, help to pay for somebody who is having a difficult time. They lost their loved one, and I can give them money towards the funeral or whatever, things they're going through. So it is a powerful tool, but it's still a tool. The main thing is, how can you allow the spirit, the holy universe, to flow through you to impact the world in a positive way? So That's my why, is how can
Mm.
I be used to help someone and encourage someone along the walk. And as far as the symbol, like I told you guys, the diamond came to mind not because I want to run out and buy a bunch of diamonds, but because my undergrad studies, I was a bio major, chemistry minor. So science and physics and so on. I'm big in the STEM program. I'm a part of a group that's called IT Women, where we mentor young girls in high school and college to go in that direction, because in that field, there's so much lack of female representation. And we are awesome. We are fierce, but we need to embrace the fact that these science and mathematics comes from God. He created this universe. And these things that we see built around us, the chair you sit on came about from somebody's idea, and it took science and math
Mm.
to calculate how it's designed. So I want women to embrace and open up to be able to create in this world and contribute, where we may impact more instead of designing things that will destroy us like a bomb, to destroy, to create things that enlift
That's
and
right.
enrich our lives, right? And so my symbol is the diamond. Why? Because the diamond, again, is one of the most indestructible elements on this planet. They use it to bore in through rocks, to open up tunnels into mountains so we can drive through. They use it to on laser to create, and the energy that we need to do like laser surgery. So that symbol to me is that it comes out rough, and we all have our roughness. But if we spend time and give the space to allow ourselves to be molded by him, we shine beautifully, and we let his light shine through us. So that's where I am in terms of my why and my symbol.
Wow. I know I'm a diamond. I just know it.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are. We all are
Well, I wanted
precious.
to say what Teola put. She says, what, how, where, and why is not for us to know, only when we are called to be there. She
Hmm.
also wrote, I've always said money is a tool. I know this one Jewish lady, Robin Perlman, she said, money is cheap. So I'm going with that too. Money is cheap.
Yeah.
So, Alicia, what is your why and your symbol?
Oh my goodness. I thought maybe you would skip over me. You're so
No.
great. Oh no, that was something I honestly used to struggle with a lot, what my why was, because I used to give the answer that was the acceptable answer, right? My why is my family, my why is my children, my why is all those wonderful things. But truthfully, my why is being the best me that I was
Hmm.
created to be. Really stepping into, yeah, who I am and doing the things. And that's why it's audacious confidence, because it's stepping into those things that when your mindset or your limiting beliefs say that no, you can't, or no,
Hmm.
or that's not for you, or that's too hard, or any of those things. It's really challenging myself to elevate myself, as Commissioner Dunn said, to be all that I could be. You know, the army says, be all that you could be all that God has created me to be. And that's my why. So yes, I do many things in my life, but it's always things that stretch and grow me beyond the point that I think that I could be.
Hmm.
So that is my why. And my symbol. So I had to think about that for a moment. So I'm glad I went last. I had to think about that, but I have two symbols. I have two symbols. One is a crown, because I decided a while ago that I am a queen. Not that I actually did win a pageant, but I am a queen. And
Yes.
We are royal. We are
I am
royal.
royalty. I am. So those diamonds I'm putting in my crown, and a tube of red lipstick, because you can't go wrong with a tube of red lipstick. And red lipstick makes me feel powerful. You know, when I throw on my red, sometimes I do these live shows, and sometimes I want to be all fancy and put on some neutral lips or some gold lips to try to be. And then I look at my energy on camera, and it's not as powerful as when I have on that red lipstick.
There you go.
Crown and a red lipstick.
I love it.
I'm bringing the energy, Commissioner Dunn. I'm bringing the energy.
You know, Alicia, you made a really good point. I know when I am on a Zoom call, people can only see my hair. So, but when I put on, they be like, why are you wearing your shoes and your pants and you're getting dressed? It's because it just brings
the energy.
You know, and
That
that's
vibration.
what it is. Be the best that you can be.
Yeah.
My why, I think I'm still struggling with my why because I have 10 million whys. But I think I just was born, you know, to do great things. And the thing is, I just won't step out because sometimes I would be like, well, what would they say? They would think she's crazy. Who do you think she is? And you know what? I just turned an age, which I'm not going to share.
So why not? You look fabulous.
Listen.
Yes.
I don't mind sharing. I share my age to anybody who would ask, and even when they don't ask.
Yep.
Because you have a milestone in your life that you know it's a powerful, beautiful, amazing thing when you can hit certain ages, and because it's wisdom and it's.
Okay, let me calm my hair on one side so I can look a little younger. So I just turned 50 years old, and I'm like, listen.
I'm 52. So what are you
going to do with you, girl?
All this, I want to do it tomorrow. No, I can't do it tomorrow. I got to do it now. Now.
Yep,
so my thing is to live in the moment, do it in the moment, do the best that you can be in the moment, which aligns with my mantra. And my symbol is the light bulb. That light bulb shines in the darkness. Wherever you go, you shine. It doesn't matter if people don't think you shine, and you just do the best that you can be and be a true representation of what you stand for. And I'm going to say this to add to what I just said. You know, a couple of years ago, I had made a stand for something, and it was the unpopular stance to make. But you know what? 15 years later, this is where everyone is at present with what I'm talking about, which I'm not going to share. But sometimes, as a visionary leader, you see beyond the now. And when you see beyond the now, it sometimes doesn't matter how best you try to explain it, describe it, say it. People are not going to see it for what it is. But you have to stand rooted in your decision making and what the purpose that God put into you. So stand.
Correct.
Ladies, we have spent, my gosh, the whole time, literally. I want to thank everyone. Thank you, Toshiba. Yes. I look back.
Yes.
I want to thank everyone who's on the panel, and I believe that everyone who was chosen for this season. I thank you. This is not the end of it. We would stay in connection and contact, and we would definitely mold and support each other. So I want to give everyone a last opportunity to just give a shout out to the woman on the chat who's on live. So please just give a shout out.
Yeah, thank you all for joining us, ladies.
Thank you.
Stuck with us through the whole show. I mean, through the whole, I say show, but through the whole conference. You guys have been awesome. And I'm going to encourage you to continue to share this out. This broadcast will stay up on YouTube and stay up here on Facebook. Share it out if it brought value to you. Share it with another woman so it can impact them. I really encourage you to do that. So thank you all. And thank you, panelists and guests who brought so much value to us today.
Thank you.
My pleasure.
Amazing. Congratulations, ladies. I'm so proud of you, Arleen.
Same here. Yes.
Beautiful. Awesome. And I want to invite every one of you to come on my show, Love My Body, Love Myself. I'm kind of poaching right now from Arleen. But I'm taking this moment. She gave me a microphone, and there hasn't been a microphone that I didn't love. So, and it never used to be that way though, but now it is. So I'm taking this moment, Arleen, to ask all of you panelists to be on my show. And if you do reach out to me, I'll send you the link to book. So
you got 2 shows, Alicia.
I have 2 shows. I have 3 shows actually, but I have Love My Body, Love Myself, and Small Business Saturday Shout Out. So if you want to be on any one of those shows, let me know. But I think Love My Body, Love Myself, because it's all about women empowerment. It's all about us as women learning how to love the skin that we're in, to love ourselves, to do the right things, Michelle, to do the right things financially for ourselves. Because when we're financially depressed, we don't love ourselves enough.
Yes.
We use food, we use other things to comfort that are not healthy for us. So we need to get financially right with ourselves. And Marlene, to talk about loving ourselves, loving our body. Commissioner Dunn, you dropped so many amazing nuggets of wisdom that you've gone through, through your divorces and your miscarriages and your loss and everything, to be able to help other women see that we go through these things always, but we can still take that time to love who we are and who we become through that journey. And so, and Pat, oh my gosh, everything that you're doing to talk, you have wisdom to talk about how women can begin to really, I know, and before when we were doing the test and you're like, I can't go on camera. I have to say something. How do we show up for our community? How do we show up? So to talk to those things and give women permission to be vulnerable and to know that they're not alone. So I would love for you to be on the show. Love My Body, Love Myself.
Yes.
It's an open invitation.
I would say this to each and every lady on the line, and we've heard some stories, Commissioner Dunn, Marlene, Pat, everyone have a story. And I will definitely say, instead of hiding in the shame of your pain, allow the pain and the pressure of the life and what you're going through to birth your purpose.
Yes.
Everyone here on this panel have shared with you their pain that birthed their purpose. So if you don't know what your purpose is, look at what you just been through. Look at what you're possibly in the midst of going through, and see and watch God birth your purpose out of that.
Amen.
So for me, those pain and pressures birth this purpose, and I am here to share that with you. So embrace it and share it as a gift that God has given you to share.
Yeah. We think we endure for a night, but joy comes in the morning. So just
yes,
joy will come. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Dunn had something to say, Arleen.
I heard you mention the second show, and so I want to put a plug for my Lauderdale Shines program for entrepreneurs.
Yes. Business Saturday.
Arleen is a member of cohort 3, and Michelle is one of our instructors. She teaches business credit. And so I have a lot of Lauderdale Shines entrepreneurs in Lauderdale that I would love to talk to you about bringing them on your business show.
Okay.
Excellent. I will connect with you for sure.
Fantastic. I'm going to put my email in the chat.
Awesome.
All right.
Empowerment starts even with the panelists.
Yes.
Great job. Great show. Thank you. And keep doing amazing things. And remember, always operate in excellence.
Yes.
Thank you.